Progress.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the February 17th, 2024 Greensboro Planning and Zoning meeting. My name is Catherine Maggot, and I am chair of the commission. If the other commissioners would introduce themselves starting from the right.
I'm Betty Turner.
Warshay Downing.
Keith Peterson.
Sandra O'Connor. Mary Skeens. Erica Glass.
Paul G. Gilmore Sr.
Stu Nichols.
Thank you. I'd just like to point something out to you this evening. We want to thank you for coming to speak to the Greensboro Planning and Zoning Commission about your concerns and its effect on your property. Your concerns are important, but unfortunately, it may not be one we can consider or a determination we are charged by the city of Greensboro to make. We're here only to determine land use and the conditions of a rezoning application that is presented by an applicant with respect to the best use of the property only and the future Greensboro 2040 comprehensive plan. Members of the commission are appointed by the city council and serve without pay. You will notice tonight that there is a handout that was at the desk that you could pick up that talks about, it's a guide to the public hearing, and it also includes in it department heads and telephone numbers because we want to redirect your concern so they can be addressed properly. And so this is the first time we've had this. We hope you'll pick one up maybe when you leave if you haven't already. And we will continue to develop this further for your help. Each commissioner normally visits each site prior to this meeting. All commissioners are required to vote unless they have a conflict of interest. When speaking here tonight, direct all questions and comments to the zoning commissioners. The chair or the commissioners will, if needed, ask the staff and attorney to comment on the question. So please direct your questions directly to the Commission. Please note that this meeting is being conducted in person and online and is being recorded and televised on Greensboro Television Network, GTN, and closed captioned for the hearing impaired. When a case is called that you're interested in, people wishing to speak in person will need to come to the podium. When you're called upon to speak, please state your name and address for the record. Participants attending online will be able to view the meeting and speak by raising the raise hand function under the reaction button and will be called upon to speak in order in which hands were raised. Please find the hand raised function now. If anyone participating online needs help with Zoom during this meeting, please email Luke Carter at lucas.carter@greensboro-nc.gov. The procedure used at this public hearing is as followed. Planning staff presents background information and makes a recommendation. The applicant will present a short summary of his or her communication with the neighborhood and why the request is reasonable. Any commission member may ask questions once the presenter has completed their presentation. The applicant and those wishing to speak in favor of the request will share a total of 10 minutes to speak. Speakers opposed to the request will share a total of 10 minutes to speak. I'll repeat that again. Speakers opposed to a request will share a total of 10 minutes to speak. The applicant and those in favor of the request will share 5 minutes of rebuttal time, and those in opposition will share 5 minutes of rebuttal time. The process after our deliberation, all approved ordinances or denied cases receiving 6 or more favorable votes will constitute a final action unless an appeal is submitted in writing to the Planning Department and the appeal fee paid within 10 days. All ordinances receiving less than 6 will be subject to a public hearing by the City Council. All annexed ordinance receiving 6 or more votes will be favorably recommended and subject to a public hearing by the City Council. Cases in which no opposition has been expressed to the Planning Department and in which the Commission members do not feel necessitates a discussion will be moved to the top of the agenda and will become the expedited agenda. Staff will provide a shortened presentation for those cases, and the applicant will have 2 minutes to address the Commission if they desire. So first we'll have an acknowledgement of absences. We have no absences. We're all here. I would like to entertain a motion to approve the January minutes.
So moved.
Sandra O'Connor, second.
Thank you. All those in favor, will you signify by raising your hand and saying aye?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? So that passes 9-0. Now we need to have some very important insights from our city attorney, Mr. Deschamps.
Thank you, Chair Magid, and good evening, everyone. Much of the Commission's work this evening is going to relate to the consideration of rezoning applications. As the Chair's earlier comments indicated, these determinations on rezonings are based on the land uses that are allowed under the zoning district that's been put forth in the application, as well as any conditions that have been proposed by the applicant. Land use impacts on public infrastructure are relevant in rezoning matters, but it's important to know that the Commission is not here to decide every detail of a development. That involves staff input and evaluation that goes beyond the scope of the Commission's work. If a rezoning would generate a certain amount of traffic flow, Commissioners will have been provided with a summary traffic impact study. Meanwhile, many site-specific development features, such as the management of stormwater, are evaluated through the City's Technical Review Committee rather than in this forum tonight. Lastly, concerns that aren't related to land use are not germane to the Commission's consideration of rezoning applications. For example, generalized concerns about crime rates, school capacity, and questions of who may own or live or use a subject property are not for the Commission's consideration. If there are questions about matters that aren't addressed here this evening, those may be referred to the Planning Department or to the city's technical staff as appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. It's my understanding, Mr. Kirkland, that we have one continuance.
Yes, it's case Z25-02002 for 4325 and 4327 Summit Avenue. The applicant is requesting that this item be moved to the March agenda, and he is here if the commission has questions.
Do we need to make a motion?
You'll need to take
For
a
that?
motion to accept the continuance, yes,
Okay.
unless you have questions before that.
I move approval of the continuance.
Stu Nichols, I second.
Thank you. Now, all those in favor signify by raising your arm and saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? That passes 9-0. Okay, now, it's my understanding that we are going to now move to the expedited agenda, and we have two cases in opposition tonight. Is that correct, Mr. Kirkland?
Yes, it's technically several items, but two hearings that there is no stated opposition. The first case is Z-25-02008 for 2437 Randleman Road and 321 Doherty Street.
And then the second one is two together. It's the Z-25-02009 at 3725 McConnell Road and Z-25-02-010, the portion of McConnell. Am I correct?
That is correct. We are not aware of any opposition, but you can certainly check to make sure.
Thank you so much. So without further ado, we will begin the expedited agenda. And I just need it on my screen. It's not showing.
If you will switch to the presentation mode, it should come up. The button beside.
We're in the presentation mode.
You are, and it's not showing?
No. Oh, now I saw it. Something flashed.
Are you able to see it now?
Yeah, we got to go to 8. Oh, perfect. Item Z25-02-008, a rezoning request from CM Commercial Medium to CDLI, Conditional District Light Industrial for the properties identified as 2437 Randleman Road and 321 Dougherty Street, generally described as east of Randleman Road and south of Dougherty Street, 5.74 acres. And, oh, Carla.
Thank you, Chair Maggot. The subject properties contain approximately 5.74 acres and are located east of Randleman Road and south Dougherty Street. This is a rezoning request from CM Commercial Medium to CDLI Conditional District Light Industrial. North of the request is zone CM Commercial Medium and LI Light Industrial. East of the request is zone LI Light Industrial. South of the request is zone CM Commercial Medium. West of the request is zone CM Commercial Medium. And CD CM Conditional District Commercial Medium. The subject properties currently contain undeveloped land. North of the request contains convenience stores with fuel pumps and an eating and drinking establishment with drive-through, wholesale and food product manufacturing. East of the request contains food product manufacturing. South of the request contains I-40. West of the request contains a convenience store with fuel pumps and sexually oriented business. These are the conditions the applicant proposed, and
Yes,
the...
and we'd have an additional condition,
Yes,
correct?
yes, we do. The applicant has proposed condition 5 to be added to request. The commission need to vote and accept this added condition.
Will you read that into the record, please?
The condition is subject to approval of the North Carolina Department of Transportation and City of Greensboro Department of Transportation. A portion of 2437 Randleman Road, no less than 30 feet by 30 feet, shall be reserved for installation of public art and or governmental signage, which portion of property shall be located at or near the southwestern corner of said property along the Randleman Road right-of-way.
Thank you, Ms. Harrison.
This Commissioner Keith Pearson, I make a motion that we accept number 5 into the proposed conditions of Z-25-02-008, 2437 Randleman Road.
Commissioner Gilmer seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson and Mr. Gilmer. All right, we will take a vote. All of those in favor, raise your arm and say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, that passed 9-0.
Thank you. In recommended approval, the GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan designates this property as urban central and partially within an urban mixed-use corridor on the future built form map and the commercial on the future land use map. The proposed rezoning request supports the comprehensive plan's growing economic competitiveness, goal to increase and preserve the inventory of developer sites compatible with corporate and industrial uses. The request also supports the comprehensive plan's filling in our framework strategy to maintain inventory and market key underutilized sites and structures to private industry and developers. The proposed CDLI zoning district, as conditioned, allow uses that are compatible with the existing manufacturing uses adjacent to the subject property adjacent to the interstate highway. The proposed conditions ensure compatibility with the Randleman Road Corridor Plan Phase 1 and limit negative impacts on surrounding property by prohibiting outdoor storage within 150 feet of the Randleman Road right-of-way.
Thank you, Ms. Harrison. Does the commission have any questions? Seeing none, would the applicant like to make any comments? You have up to 2 minutes to speak.
Madam Chair and members of the commission. My name is Nick Blackwood, 804 Green Valley Road here in Greensboro. I just wanted to take a couple of seconds to give you some background on the conditions. We've got a member of the Southeast Greensboro Coalition here tonight. We worked very closely with them as well as the Randleman Road Community Association. So just wanted to acknowledge their efforts in getting to this place. And I think it's going to be a good project that revitalizes this blighted property along the interstate. So thanks.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else that wanted to speak in favor of this? Okay. So without further ado, we'll close the public hearing. I will entertain a motion.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion in regard to agenda item Z-25-02008. The Greensboro Zoning and Planning Commission believes that its action to recommend approval of the rezoning request for the properties at 2437 Randleman Road and 321 Dortery Street from CM Commercial Medium to CDLI Conditional District Light Industrial to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan and considers this action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the Comprehensive Plan's future built form map and future land use map. Number 2, the proposed CDLI zoning district as conditioned permits uses that fit the context of the surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. Number 3, the request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Thank,
Commissioner Keith Peterson, I second.
thank you, Mr. Peterson and Mr. Downing. Now we'll take a vote. All those in favor signify by raising your hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? That passes 9-0. Let's see, this is let me just remember what this was.
This is a rezoning, so it's
Thank
final
you.
action.
This is final. This appeal constitutes final action unless an appeal is submitted in writing to the planning department and the appeal fee paid within 10 days. Anyone may file such appeal. All such appeals will be subject to a public hearing on Tuesday, March 18th, 2025, City Council meeting. All adjoining property owners will be notified of any such appeal. The next case on the expedited is item PLP 25-08 and Z 25-02009, an annexation and original zoning request for County AG Agricultural and CDLI Conditional District Light Industrial for the properties identified as portion of 3725 and a portion of 3739 and all of 3751 McConnell Road, generally described as east of McConnell Road, north of I-40 and west of I-840, 32.31 acres, and item PLP 25-08 and Z 25-02-010, an annexation and original zoning request from County AG Agricultural and LI Light Industrial for the property identified as a portion of McConnell Road right-of-way, generally described as McConnell Road, northwest of Interstate 40 and east of Clapp Farm Road, 3.27 acres. And Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Chair Magid. This is the zoning map of the area, showing that the subject property is approximately 35.68 acres total and is located east of McConnell Road, north of I-40, and west of I-840. There are 3 requests being heard tonight with this one. PLP 2508 is an annexation request for a portion of 3725, a portion of 3730, all of 3751 McConnell Road, and a portion of the McConnell Road right-of-way. Z-25-02-009 is an original zoning request for a portion of 3725, a portion of 3739, and all of 3751 McConnell Road from County AG Agricultural to City CDLI Conditional District Light Industrial. Z-25-02-010 is an original zoning request for a portion of the McConnell Road right-of-way from County AG Agricultural to Straight LI Light Industrial. North of the request is zoned County AG Agricultural. East of the request are zoned City R3, Residential Single Family 3, and County AG Agricultural. South of the request is zoned City LI Light Industrial, City CDLI Conditional District Light Industrial, City BP Business Park, City R3 Residential Single Family 3, and County AG Agricultural. West of the request is zoned City LI Light Industrial and County Agricultural. This is the aerial map of the area, showing that the subject properties are currently contain a former single-family dwelling and a portion of road right-of-way. North of the request contains single-family dwellings and undeveloped land. East of the request contains the Interstate 840 urban loop. South of the request contains undeveloped land and Interstate 40. And west of the request contains single-family dwellings, agricultural land, and a light truck and equipment rental use. This is the condition that was associated with the request that we advertised with the notice. And in recommending approval of the request, staff noted that the GSO 2040 comprehensive plan designates this site as a planned industrial on the future built form map and industrial on the future land use map. The proposed original zoning request supports both the GSO 2040 growing economic competitiveness plan to increase and preserve the inventory of developable sites compatible with corporate and industrial uses, and the request also supports the prioritizing sustainability goal to build economic resilience, expand the local economy's ability to withstand and adjust to disruptions and changes at the regional, national, and global scales. And staff noted that the proposed CD-LI zoning district as conditioned and the LI district in the right-of-way would permit uses that are present on adjacent tracts, and that care should be taken with respect to building orientation, building materials, building height, and visual buffers to ensure an appropriate transition to the lower density residential uses of adjacent properties. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Does the commission have any questions? Seeing none, would the applicant like to make any comments? You have up to 2 minutes. Okay, thank you very much. Seeing none, without further objection, we'll close the public hearing, and I will entertain a motion.
Commissioner Keith Peterson, pertaining to PLP-25-08 annexation from County AG to City CD-LI Conditional District Light Industrial.
Thank you. Can we have a second?
Mary Skanes, second.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson, for reading the annexation, and Ms. Skeens will now vote on that. All those in favor signify by raising your hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? That passes 9-2. Now we need 2 zoning requests.
Chair Magid, just to clear that up, could you restate the vote count again?
The vote count was 9-0.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
And now we need 2 zoning requests. Will you do the first one, Mr. Peterson? Thank you.
This Commissioner Keith Peterson has changed item Z-25-02-009, portion of 3725, a portion of 3739, and all of 3751 McConnell. That'll be McConnell Road. Consistence, the Greensboro Planning and Zoning Commission believes that its action to recommend approval of the original zoning request for the properties at a portion of 3725 and a portion of 3739, all of 3751. McConnell Road from County AG Agriculture to City CD-LI Conditional District Light Industrial to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan, and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public's interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the Comprehensive Plan future built form map and future land use map. The proposed city CD-LI zoning district as condition permits uses that fit the context of surrounding area and limits negative impacts on adjacent properties. The request is reasonable due to the size, physical condition, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and an approval is in the public's best interest.
Warshay Downing, second.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson and Mr. Downing. I will now take a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? That passes 9-0. This constitutes a favorable recommendation and is subject to a public hearing at the Tuesday, March 18th, 2025 City Council meeting. That ends our expedited.
We need one more.
I'm sorry, we did.
one more
Okay, we have to do. I'm sorry. Would someone read the additional zoning?
The Greensboro Planning and Zoning Commission that believes its actions to recommend approval of the original zoning request for the property at a portion of McConnell Road right away from AG Agriculture to City LI Light Industrial to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan, and considers that its action taken to be in reasonable and in the public's interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the Comprehensive Plan future built form map and future land use map. The proposed city LI zoning district permits uses that fit the context of the surrounding area and limits negative impacts on adjacent properties. The request is reasonable due to the size, physical condition, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public's best interest.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. I need a second, please.
Sandra O'Connor, second.
Thank you, Ms. O'Connor. We'll now take a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. Anyone opposed? That passes 9-0. That concludes our expedited agenda, and we will now move to our regular agenda. Okay. Item PLP 25-04 and Z 2502-001, an annexation and original zoning request from County RS 40 residential single family to city PUD planned unit development with associated unified development plan for the properties identified as 5136 Carlson Dairy Road and 4305 and 4307 Hamburg Mill Road, generally described as south of Hamburg Mill Road and north of Carson Dairy Road, 78.512 acres. And Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Chair Magid. This is the zoning map of the subject property, showing that the subject property contains approximately 78.512 acres and is located south of Hamburg Mill Road and north of Carlson Dairy Road. This is an annexation and an original zoning request from County RS 40 to city planned unit development. And in conjunction with that rezoning or original zoning request, the Planning and Zoning Commission will also be voting on the Unified Development Plan. North of this request is zone Summerfield RS for residential single family, Summerfield Ag for agricultural. East of the request is zone Summerfield RS, Summerfield Ag, Summerfield OI for office and institutional, and City of Greensboro P&R for parkland and natural resources. South of the request is zoned City of Greensboro P&R and Summerfield RS. West of the rezoning request is zoned Summerfield RS and Summerfield CZ OSR for conditional zoning open space residential. This is the aerial map of the subject property showing that it contains single-family dwellings, agricultural uses, and undeveloped land. North and west of the request contains single-family dwellings and undeveloped land. East of the request contains agricultural land, single-family dwellings, and Lake Higgins and undeveloped land. South of the request contains single-family dwellings and undeveloped land, and west of the request contains single-family dwellings. This image shows the northern portion of the subject properties as seen from Hamburg Mill Road. This image shows the southern portion of the subject property as seen from Carlson Dairy Road. This image shows undeveloped land that's located north of the request on Hamburg Mill Road, zoned Summerfield RS. And these are examples of single-family dwellings located north of the request on Four Oaks Court, zoned Summerfield RS. This is an example of the single-family dwellings located north of the request on Hamburg Mill Road, also zoned Summerfield RS. This is a single-family dwelling located northeast of the request, zoned Summerfield RS. And at the end of this driveway is a single-family dwelling and an agricultural use, and this is located east of the request, zoned Summerfield Ag. This image shows the parkland and natural resource area that is located southeast of the request on Carlson Dairy Road. It is zoned Summerfield OI. This image shows examples of single-family dwellings located south of the request on Carlson Dairy Road, zoned Summerfield RS. This single-family dwelling is also located on Carlson Dairy Road. It is zoned Summerfield Ag and is located southwest of the request. These single-family dwellings are located west of the request, zoned Summerfield RS. And these are common elements located west of the request, located on Hamburg Mill Road, zoned Summerfield CZ OSR. This is another single-family dwelling located west of the request, zoned Summerfield RS. This view is facing east on Hamburg Mill Road. The subject property is on the right. And this is facing west on Hamburg Mill Road. The subject property is on the left. This view is facing northwest on Carlson Dairy Road. The subject property is on the right. This view is facing southeast on Carlson Dairy Road. The subject property is on the left. This is the condition that was proposed by the applicant. Today, the applicant requested to remove one of the permitted uses. You'll notice at the bottom of the screen that nightclubs has been removed, so only bars and brew pubs would be permitted and nightclubs would not. I'll need the Planning and Zoning Commission to accept that change.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to remove the nightclubs from this proposed conditions.
Mary Skeens, I move to accept the deletion of nightclubs under the condition.
Commissioner Gilmer seconds.
Thank you, Ms. Skeens and Mr. Gilmer. And now we'll take a vote. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your arm and saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes 9-0.
Thank you, Chair Magid. In recommending approval of this request, staff notes that the GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan currently designates the subject property as urban general on the future built form map and residential on the future land use map. The proposed original zoning request supports the comprehensive plans, filling in our framework big idea to arrange our land uses for where we live, work, attend school, shop, and enjoy our free time, and the Creating Great Places goal to expand Greensboro's citywide network of unique neighborhoods, offering residents of all walks of life a variety of quality housing choices. The PUD zoning district encourages innovation by allowing flexibility in permitted uses, design, and layout requirements in accordance with the Unified Development Plan. The proposed PUD as conditioned accommodates a mix of residential housing types and complementary non-residential uses that are compatible with the existing uses in the surrounding area. The request also introduces traditional neighborhood design elements while preserving open space. Care should be taken with respect to building orientation, building materials, height, and visual buffers to ensure an appropriate transition to the lower density residential uses on adjacent properties. With that, I can answer any questions that you have.
Do we have any questions yet? All right. If the applicant would come forward, you have up to 10 minutes. Please give your name and address. Thank you, Mr. Carter.
Good evening. I'm Tom Terrell, 230 North Elm Street in Greensboro. I'm going to immediately turn the podium over to Victor Dover, whose name and whose projects are known all over the world. Mr. Dover.
Thanks, Tom. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Victor Dover. I'm a town planner and urban designer with Dover Cole & Partners, 1571 Sunset Drive in Coral Gables. First, where is Christopher Village? The darker green color on your map shows the city limits today of the city of Greensboro, and the Christopher Tract is located just a bit north and east of the airport on the north side of Lake Higgins. It's the southern tier of the properties that were de-annexed from Summerfield last year. The city of Greensboro wraps around it from the south and the east and the north. The Unified Development Plan application materials include these engineering-like drawings, which we are required to do, which can be a little hard to visualize. So I thought I'd show you a little more about what's envisioned. First, let's look at an aerial photograph showing in this the uphill fields, the forested areas, and the long pasture along Carlson Dairy Road. The site altogether is just under 80 acres. One of the delightful things today when you go out there and when you come along Carlson Dairy Road is that long pasture. And so we thought, what if we could develop on part of the tract but save the rest? What if we could fold up the development that would otherwise fill up that nice flat site like that pasture and then move it in an artful way behind the trees on the forest on the left and keep this beautiful long view open? So that's what we did. This view shows the compact, complete, connected village placed to the center of the space between the two roads, Carlson Dairy Road and Hamburg Mill Road, behind the trees, and you can see the long pasture in the foreground at the bottom left. Now, At the bottom center of this illustrative plan, you can see that same long pasture and the forest, and then the village located to the north of it. The plan is to interconnect our little network of new walkable streets to the surrounding streets along two places along Carlson Dairy Road and at one place on Hamburg Mill Road. And then we also envisioned a small driveway at the western end along Carlson Dairy Road and a narrow emergency access entrance at the western end along Hamburg Mill Road. That could also serve, if possible, as a construction entrance. So the idea of all that is to have multiple points of connection so that not all the trips have to come to the same place at the same time. Your package also includes descriptions of the kinds of walkable, tree-lined streets that are envisioned. These are based on Greensboro standards. We started with Greensboro's TN standards as the base and then did our customizing from there. But the idea is to create slow, safe, sane, beautiful streets. The licensed engineers at Kittleson Associates studied a whole series of the surrounding intersections to see if traffic would be adversely affected by the proposed development after it was built. And they found no significant impact. This is pretty important. Lead engineer Wade Walker, Wade, just wave your arms so they know who you are, is here to answer any questions you may have about that. A paramount idea is to protect the watershed. So the best ways to do that are to pull the development up onto the higher ground away from the lake, and then to maximize the undisturbed area and to minimize the built-upon area and to minimize the impervious surfaces that come from making roads too wide or parking lots too big. So the regulations the city has already adopted point the way. Our Unified Development Plan has these explicit calculations that show exactly how the proposed development complies. And so when you zoom in on that stuff, you can see, for example, your package has these notes on watershed protection measures. This includes the promises to exceed the minimum amount of undisturbed land and include additional open space that would otherwise not be required. Now, the same is true for the stream buffers. These are also marked on the maps, but these will be remapped and rechecked and recertified again before the issuance of any building permits. So bottom line on that, the development will comply with all of the regulations. It will meet or exceed all the requirements at the city, county, state, and federal level. Let's look at some of the other key ideas. This building in a compact way is important because it lets us have room to connect the trail system across the property. The founders of the village here envision rotating the homes on their lots to face the trail with their front porches, not their backsides. This little view of the Christopher Pond shows that idea. When we make the homes a little smaller and we wind them a little closer together, and we move the cars to the rear lane, then the fronts of the houses and cottages can face the trail like this. Another key idea is that while the Christopher Village will have primarily places to live and perhaps work from home, it will also include a modest amount of other things to walk to, like a coffee shop and civic life. So this is a question we often get. How much of that are you talking about doing? You've probably read that we proposed 18,000 square feet of civic and commercial shopfront sorts of uses. I thought it would be useful to talk about just how much is that really. For example, here we marked up a photo from somewhere else of a traditional neighborhood center. This is to show how big things are. That 8,000 square feet, for example, is only 3 or 4 storefronts. It's about the size of a coffee shop, a leasing office, a small yoga studio, maybe a sandwich place. It's the equivalent in square footage of about 2 7-Elevens. Just to give you an idea how modest that proposal is. Now, just to clarify something else that's already come up, some of you may know the neighborhood we designed in Oklahoma City called the Wheeler District. It has this little craft brewery called the Big Friendly, which has quickly become a beloved place in the neighborhood. So we thought, well, let's include a craft brewery here in the list of permitted uses. And the city, being very helpful, said their regulatory definition doesn't call it a craft brewery, it calls it a brew pub. So we said, okay, We started with craft brewery, but we'll call it a brew pub. Then we learned that the city's official category is actually named bar, nightclub, and brew pub. And that's why that phrase was included in the application for the permitted uses. But let me be very clear. We are not proposing to have a nightclub. It would be fine with us that your recommendation is to strike that word. So, no nightclub. Last but not least of the key ideas here is the widest possible variety of housing. That is the big point. Now, of course, there will be some large houses as befits your growing prosperity as a community. We also think that in addition to the large houses, we should have a number of other types of homes, like the ones that would welcome smaller households, like empty nesters and young people, cottages set within cottage courts and sometimes called pocket neighborhoods. That should seem familiar since you all have seen this before in historic Fisher Park. We'll also have, the last, I think one really cool place to do one of those pocket neighborhoods is seen here on the north and west at the end of the long pasture, where they will share that commons created by preserving the long pasture. So we'll also have some attached clustered houses and live-work units. These are meant to be grouped around mid-block passages and courtyards. And that should be familiar as well. You might recognize the row houses on the left of our rendering were inspired by the row houses at Old Salem. We'll have one, count them, one garden-style apartment building. We want to do this one at Christopher as a prototype for a better type of garden apartment building, so we can use those in future villages at Summerfield Farms. So I have 24 units at the most. We also propose to have the mansion apartment house type, which has 4 to 8 units on the lot. Looks like a big house. And then the last of the types I'll show is accessory dwelling units. You'll recognize the ADUs from many historic neighborhoods around here. Sometimes they're called in-laws quarters or granny flats, Fonzie flats. Fonzie rented one from the Cunninghams in Happy Days. Remember that? They're a great way to reinforce affordability and security and keeping families together. I do want to mention that we looked over the comprehensive plan really quickly. And this approval is not just in keeping with the adopted comprehensive plan overall, but actively promotes specific goals and objectives that have been established by the plan. And it'll also help with the new initiatives like the Road to 10,000, seeking to get more dwelling units by 2030. That's our summary, and look forward to all the questions you may have.
Thank you. Does the commission have any questions at this point? Okay. So next, those wishing to speak in opposition, you have a total as a group, 10 minutes.
Good evening. Cheryl McIver, 404 West Mountcastle Drive. What a beautiful project. However, I do think that it is missing the mark when it comes to offering residents of all walks of life affordable housing. According to the Road to 10,000, this is to have affordable housing. I understand there's supposed to be 164 single-family homes, 48 townhomes, and 54 multifamily. My suggestion would be to flip this around. 164 multifamily units, 48 single-family, and then the remaining in townhomes. And with that being said, 15 to 20% of that should be allocated to affordable housing. I think we all know that affordable housing is needed in Greensboro. And considering that Southeast Greensboro has now come to about 1,000 units in District 1, we would love to see affordable housing spread in other areas as well. Any questions? And in the 2040 plan, they specifically read that it meets it by offering residents all walks of life affordable housing. I didn't hear that in this proposal. So I think that particular phrase does not lend itself to this particular project. However beautiful it does sound. That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. McIver. If those in opposition would line up over here on the side, and we can continue with the next person who would like to speak in opposition. Please state your name and address.
Good evening. Priscilla Olenek, 3100 Pleasant Ridge Road in Summerfield. I'm sure you all know how long and contentious this has been for us. I would like to thank Guilford County Planning and Zoning. They gave very careful consideration in trying to meet compatibility within the surrounding areas in the town of Summerfield. We are very much appreciative of that. They had multiple meetings, had to go back and forth trying to get it as compatible as they could. So we're very appreciative for them for that, and we hope that you all will give us the same consideration. Just because this land was removed from Summerfield jurisdiction doesn't eliminate the impact of Summerfield residents. As you saw in the presentation, all the surrounding uses are RS40 or AG. Summerfield is generally considered low density. And I appreciate you all removing the nightclubs because that is just absolutely non-congruent with the town of Summerfield. But for having such a small percentage of commercial, it seems interesting to me that the craft distillery and the brew pub is their main focus. Summerfield is a family-oriented town. We pride ourselves on that. It's not congruent with the single-family residential surrounding that. The other concern is the Tier 3 watershed. I saw briefly on the presentation that 30% was to be the built-upon area. Maybe I was looking at that incorrectly, but you have a lot of impervious surfaces, you have driveways, you have a lot of rooftops. There's a lot going on there. Not sure how they will plan to mitigate that, but that should be interesting. The low density built upon area, and maybe I miscalculated this looking at your UDO. I'm not used to looking, your LDO. It says built upon area 12%. As you see around, the single family housing adjacent is nothing is congruent with this. It's single family, RS40, 1 unit per acre, ag. To us, this feels like a little bit of a spot zoning, that you're placing this higher intensity use in the middle of all the surrounding single family uses. I would just like to point out that the land use compatibility is not compatible with the general area of its surroundings. The PUD zoning also states that there will be no agriculture. I think it's interesting juxtaposition that the name of this development is Villages of Summerfield Farms. It's not in Summerfield, nor are they farming. This zoning does not offer continuity in scale, density, intensity with any adjacent uses. I thank you for your consideration, and please go easy on us. Any little win that we can get in Summerfield is good for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Please state your name and your address.
Heath Clay, 1100 Stallion Court, Summerfield. Honorable Greensboro Planning Board Chair and members, I represent the Summerfield Town Council, and I have a letter that has been handed to you that I would like to also read for your consideration. On behalf of the town of Summerfield and its town council, we respectfully request consideration of the town's existing and proposed land uses in your decision to annex and assign zoning for Mr. Couch's properties into the city of Greensboro. As you are aware, the de-annexation of the properties from the town of Summerfield has caused a great burden on the town from a planning perspective because the areas in which these properties are located are central to the town's corporate limits and its identity. As a result, any proposed development could have great implications and potential negative impacts on surrounding properties who reside in this town of Summerfield, but were not given a voice in the legislature's decision to de-annex these properties. Additionally, any incompatible zoning of these properties could have dire consequences for the town from a comprehensive planning perspective. Now, currently, the surrounding land uses for Mr. Couch's properties are primarily low-density, single-family, residential, or low-intensity, neighborhood-oriented commercial and office uses. While we recognize that Mr. Couch likely wants to be served by water and sewer from the city, this does not negate the need to plan compatibility with the surrounding land uses, similar to the way that the Guilford County methodically determined land use compatibility for these properties when its planning board assigned initial zoning post-de-annexation using Summerfield's previous zoning districts as a guide. We humbly request a similar process and consideration from Greensboro. We would be happy to sit down with the city, perhaps at a workshop, to discuss our concerns and to try to come to an amenable conclusion regarding the use of these properties. Now, if this is not possible, then we would ask that the city zone Mr. Couch's properties with restrictions on lighting to be compliant with the town's dark sky compliant lighting ordinance, as well as restrictions on residential density to no more than 2 units per acre. Consideration also for traffic and transportation improvements for any commercial development, and buffering and landscaping to protect the investment and the interests of surrounding residential and agricultural property owners. We feel these are reasonable and in the interest of the public because this would be more compatible with the adopted land use plan as well as Guilford County future land use plan, both of which limit commercial activity and intensity, as well as requesting residential compatibility with existing rural residential uses. I personally ask that you delay today's vote until you have a chance to fully consider the request that the council is making. We just recently found out about this annexation request, and I have no doubt that we can work together as close neighbors to have a beneficial outcome for Greensboro, for the developer, and for Summerfield. I thank you for your time and your consideration in this very important matter.
Thank you, Mr. Clay.
Any questions?
Any additional people that want to speak in opposition? We have 1 minute and 22 seconds. Are there any online? Could we check?
Chair Magid, there are not.
Thank you so much. We have 1 minute and 22 seconds if someone else would like to speak in opposition. Okay. All right. Well, then we'll proceed with the rebuttal time. The applicant will have up to 5 minutes.
Very briefly, Mr. Couch tried for 8 years to work with Summerfield. It's 8 long years. They ultimately passed a text amendment that would allow some density, but 4 of the 5 council members promised the
Could you,
voters that
excuse me, Mr. Terrell, can you get the microphone a little bit closer? We're having trouble hearing you.
Is that better?
How is that? Is it better? Thank you. Maybe. Oh, good. Thank you.
Mr. Couch tried for 8 years to work with Summerfield. Ultimately, they passed a text amendment saying that they would have, in theory, a district that he could apply to be a part of, but then 4 of the 5 council members promised so many times on social media they would never vote to rezone him into that district. 4 of the 5 council members promised, it's all over social media, they would never allow water and sewer into that district. There was never going to be a way it could happen. When they passed the new UDO the same day, they also imposed a 3,000-foot no-build scenic corridor in 3 locations. The roads surrounding Mr. Couch's property. It was vindictive. It was the type of behavior that in my 40 years I've never seen before. The UDO, they say, allows quadruplexes. We're allowing density in this new district. But if you read all of the provisions, it takes 10 acres for that one quadruplex. It takes 10 acres. I would defy anybody, challenge anybody, to show me how you could build one quadruplex in that UDO in anything less than 10 acres. Summerfield had its chance to work with Mr. Couch, and they forfeited it. They now want you to give them a seat at the table. I would like to say they had a chance. Would you add anything to that?
Follow with that. There was one item brought up about dark sky compliance, and certainly our intention to use downcast fixtures in keeping with the standards of the International Dark Sky Association. So that detail is on our minds and built in.
Thank you. Now we'll have anybody else that wants to speak in opposition. That's okay. In favor of, I'm sorry. In favor of? Do we have anybody else who would like to speak in favor of? Oh, please come to the podium.
Gail Dunham, 5805 Snow Hill Drive. Thank you very much. I've been watching your meetings when this first started. You've all done a tremendous job. You're very thorough. I especially like that you do not have apartment built. You will not approve apartment buildings unless commercial water and sewer are already in place. I don't think it's necessary to work with the town of Summerfield. They don't have a feel for the continuity of zoning. They're building this massive water tower in the middle of a residential area to rely on commingling existing wells, which is, I'm very much opposed to that. And the UDO was put through with no public hearing. Now they want to completely redo the comp plan by their whatever they want. The council does not work with the citizens of Summerfield. So I don't think that the idea that you could work with them, they're definitely not representing the citizens. You're working at a much higher professional level. It's noticed. I really appreciate it. Thank you very, very much because you're all giving your time to do this.
Thank you so much. Now we will, anyone else speaking in favor? Okay. Now we will hear rebuttals in opposition, and we will share up to 5 minutes. Please come to the podium, state your name and address. Okay, we have someone coming.
Jonathan Hamilton, 6204 Riata Drive in Summerfield. I'll just say in response to Attorney Terrell's comments, he is an attorney, and he has been paid to work for David Couch, I assume. So a lot of the work he has done, he has been paid to do it. And I'm not certain if he's being paid to be here tonight, but I'd guess that he has been. I noticed that the way he said it was that Summerfield as a town, we had a chance to work with the developer. First of all, I think that's a really bad way to say it. The developer should have a chance to work with the people of Summerfield, but that's not what happened. Very disappointed that things have come out to be this way. But I'm going to be short because I think that Councilman Clay, and again, I'm actually on the council of Summerfield, but I think Councilman Clay did an excellent job voicing our concerns about the specific issues that are in there. But I will ask that you don't rush into anything. I think you heard them say 8 years. So whatever it is that they proposed over 8 years apparently wasn't in harmony with what the people wanted there. And for whatever reason, the General Assembly, and I spoke to a lot of those folks at the General Assembly, and it was not a loved bill. The bill was passed, the annexing that land, because there were a lot of other things in it. And representatives from around here spoke out against it. But in the end, it passed because people wanted some of the other things, the other provisions that were in that bill. But I will ask that you don't rush into anything, and if you need to, please delay it to make sure that it's done right. Keep it in harmony with the area around it, and I would appreciate that. And I think the people of Summerfield would very much appreciate that. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Anyone else wanting to speak in opposition? We have 3 minutes, 17 seconds. I think someone is coming forward. Please state your name and address.
Good evening. My name is Maria Adams, and I live at 5999 Morganshire Drive in Summerfield. And I wanted to thank our Councilman Heath Clay and Councilman John Hamilton that just spoke here a moment ago, asking this committee to work with Summerfield and work with the council in Summerfield. I'm a resident. I've lived in Summerfield for 15 years. And when, and excuse me if I don't use the right terminology, but when proposals came up for Mr. Couch's property and his development ideas, there were over 400 residents that would come to the town council meetings. And the last one that I attended regarding this matter, over nearly 100 people spoke. 80% of them were in opposition of the proposed development. And it wasn't the entire development they were in opposition of, it was the high density, it was the apartments. So the town has actually done a lot to try to accommodate Mr. Couch and the developer, but they want it bigger and more. And so the residents spoke, and we elected our town council. We didn't elect a developer, and the council listened to the residents. And so I agree with Councilman Clay that it would be great if we could find a way to work together and have it be a win-win for everyone. So thank you. And also wanted to say, since I have a couple more minutes or just a little bit more time, we have a very professional group of ladies and gentlemen on our town council. We have an educator, we have an attorney, we have a businessman, we have a business owner, we have a farmer. And for one of our citizens to say that our council is unprofessional, I just find that appalling. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. We do have an additional bit of time if there's anyone else that would like to speak in opposition. Oh, one more person coming. Please state your name and address.
Good evening. My name is Carrie Spencer. I live at 8305 North Scamper Gray Court in Summerfield. Just listening to the other speakers, I made a few notes to myself, and the idea that this neighborhood doesn't meet Summerfield's identity is really kind of the idea, because Summerfield's identity is about manicured berms along roads instead of open pastures. True open space preservation takes the place of that typical identity. Clustered homes suitable for first and last homes take the place of large lot subdivisions that are going to house a very limited walk of life. The median home price in Summerfield was in December $640,000. So this project, and as beautiful as it is and well designed as it is, will improve the atmosphere of Summerfield, its environment, its community, and the people that can live in it.
Thank you very much. Okay. So without further ado, we will, I'd like to hear if there's any comments from the commissioners. Well, let's close the public hearing first. We'll close the public hearing.
Chair Magid, if I may, before y'all move on to deliberation, just a couple quick words. Obviously, we heard a fair bit about different individuals, different entities involved in the broader history here, and some history that predates the state legislative action that would make this parcel available for annexation to the city of Greensboro. I just want to recenter the board's attention before we move on to the deliberation to drive home. We're here to decide land use tonight. The question that's before y'all is really, does this application open the door to land uses that are appropriate in this place at this time? And that's really where we're at this evening. So.
And just a point of clarity, the legislative de-annexation that occurred, that has nothing to do with what we're considering here. Is that correct? That has nothing to do with land use and this being annexed?
Yeah, I mean, it is contextually germane insofar as it opened the door to this application, but beyond that, no, it has no bearing.
Thank you so much for the clarity on that.
An additional clarification, I think what you were saying was that there were a lot of references to Summerfield, but what we have here is a piece of property that wants to be annexed into Greensboro, so we need to apply development standards as it relates to Greensboro and our land development ordinance. Is that
well said, and
okay,
to do so to make a recommendation to council, ultimately one direction or the other.
And just, if I may, just Mr. Nichols, to that point, what, if any, obligation do we as a commission have to interact with or try to cooperate with Summerfield?
So I should say, Commissioner Nichols, from a standpoint of, I think I heard, let's have a meeting at one point in that. That is a conversation that I can certainly, kick up the chain in the city attorney's office and make sure that managers and planning department are well aware of that. But that really isn't for the commission. I think that the question before you is, do you feel comfortable proceeding to make a recommendation one direction or the other? Because this is ultimately going to go to council either way. And, the time between now and then could let us respond to that inquiry from folks in Summerfield. So,
Madam Chair, may I ask a question
Yes.
as well? So just to clarify, we are to use our City of Greensboro 2040 comprehensive plan as we're thinking about this particular process on tonight.
Commissioner Downing, as always, your conversation and analysis of this situation should be grounded in that plan and the factors that are at play and the reasonableness statements that y'all read out when you make a zoning motion.
Thank you for clarification.
Guide rails.
Thank you, Mr. Downing. Mr. Kirkman, do you want to make any comment before we close the public hearing?
Just to add on to what Attorney Ducharme, also keep in mind that we're talking about if they're annexed into the city, so it's Greensboro standards through the land development ordinance that would also be applied. Anything that's not addressed in the Unified Development Plan. Obviously, they're very, very prescriptive in the Unified Development Plan, but if there are other things that are not covered in that plan, then we default to our Greensboro Land Development Ordinance. One thing I heard tonight about lighting, just want to clarify that our standards say that if you have lighting above a certain amount of lumen, basically they have to have screens to keep that light pointed down, and the standard is that you can't have any ambient lighting beyond a 1-foot candle at either the street or adjacent residential property lines. That's a standard in the Land Development Ordinance, therefore would not have had to be addressed in the application. I can answer no questions.
Yes. Okay. All right. Yes.
Yes, I got a question for the attorney for the developer. You indicated
Wait,
you
could you
was...
come up and thank you.
Yes. You indicated you was dealing with the city of Summerfield for about 8 years. During that conversation in 8 years, was the primary concern density? That's why you guys couldn't agree on a lot of stuff?
I think that the speaker told you what the primary concern was. It was apartments. And if we played for you the quotes that we have on tape that were made at many public hearings, I think you would know what the real objection was.
Thank you. Okay, so now we're going to close the public hearing. And we'll open this to discussion. Does anyone wish to speak? Okay. Thank you.
We were still receiving emails on this case up until about 4:30 this afternoon. And I want to say that the ones we got today were very, very pertinent to the situation. And they were from different conservation groups who were really commenting about what a great development this was as it relates to permanently protects our open spaces. Unlike traditional housing, this development uses clustering that will protect our open spaces. In addition, the comments were this plan protects rural vistas. And that made me think about, well, this works. This is something that they've considered, all the aspects of water conservation, land conservation. So I really feel like it was a lot of time, effort, and thought given to this plan. And as it relates to Greensboro, it protects the lakes. It gives you these big open vistas. I think it's a great plan.
Thank you, Ms. Gaines.
May I also
Mr.
add?
Downing.
We have all of your emails, the good emails and the ones that were in favor and the ones that were not in favor, but we respect the citizens of Summerfield. You're very important to us. We're neighbors. But I heard the sentiments on tonight. This seems to be well-intentional and strategic as far as how this plan has been brought about. Now, I know it's been 8 years, and over those 8 years, paradigms have shifted, and our sentiments have shifted, and I know that lots of planning went into place. There were 8 ideas, key ideas that I counted on tonight. And from every single slide, it was very detailed. It thought about the environmental impact, the neighborhoods, the lighting, all of those areas. I even likened this to outskirts of Chapel Hill, Farrington Village, and other areas that are very robust, very beautiful, and very intentional. And I can see this being very impactful 40, 50 years from now in a very good space for the historic preservation. I'm supporting this one tonight because it seems to me that, yes, conversations have been had, good and bad, but this is good progress. And this good progress is good for the city of Greensboro, and we welcome it. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Downing. Would any other comments first?
One more comment from my perspective.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Nichols.
I concur with everything Mr. Commissioner Downing said. I think that this development has the potential to become a model across the country for what good looks like. This is walkable. It's a community that will connect people. It's interesting to me that some of the opposition was, well, it's not affordable, and then other opposition was, well, it's not enough like Summerfield. Well, if you're going to be affordable, it's going to be very dense. And if it's going to be like Summerfield, it's going to be not very dense. But this, I think, has tremendous streetscapes that balance the need for more units of housing, which we all know. It's in a place where the housing is desperately needed and is going to be needed even more as things at the airport continue to develop. So change is never easy, but this is an excellent project, and I strongly support it.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols.
Madam Chairman, thank you. I will be supporting the project also. I think it was well thought out. I think it was great. It was presented great. I think that it follows the comprehensive plan. I think we got a housing shortage. As you know, our mayor said we need 10,000 houses in the next 10 years, 5 years, or whatever it was. But anyway, I think the project is great, and I agree with you, sir. I think it is a model for preserving land and conservation in the future. So I will be supporting. I think it was a great presentation too, sir. Great. Thanks.
Ms. Glass.
I have mixed feelings about this particular project. I certainly hear all of the citizens' concerns and the comments that were made. I absolutely agree that this was a great presentation, but I understand all of the historical background about this project. Again, I understand the citizens' concerns, but I think your concerns and issues will have to be placed with another body. We are the Zoning Commission, and we're required, as we took an oath before we began this meeting, to decide zoning issues. We cannot decide legislative issues. We cannot decide other issues that I'm sure you, as the citizens of Summerfield, are not happy about. There are other avenues, again, as I said, to express your issues and your concerns. It doesn't stop with this commission, whether we approve or deny, because most likely, from what I'm hearing from my colleagues, that this is probably going to be approved by this commission. It will probably it will go to City Council, but again, your issues and concerns shouldn't stop there if you want to continue expressing your comments about this property. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Glass.
I appreciate all the comments that have been made this evening. I think in a historic sense, this brings us back to the possibility of a community for something that some of us long for, is to live closely with our neighbors in a community where we can do enjoy some local businesses as well as each other's company. I think it's futuristic in the design, that it's preserving vistas. It is a sense of protecting the water. The fact that the front porches are oriented toward the trail and the walking and the neighborliness of it is a very striking feature to me. So that we're looking at the future, not a time when we're all in our vehicles, but a time when we can come back together. So I see it both as past and future. I think it's a great use of the amount of land and a very considerate use for the way it is designed. So I will be supporting this.
Thank you, Ms. O'Connor. Anyone else? I'd just like to say that I agree with all your comments. It reminds me of Southside, which we developed in 1995, long time ago, with commercial underneath and housing above, and all of these different quirky types of buildings and so forth. This, to me, seems to be the new South Side, so I'll be voting in favor of this. All right, now I'd like to hear a motion.
Commissioner Keith Peterson, recommend annexation, PLP.
Wait, before we do that, I'm sorry, I forgot one thing. Thank you. So first we have to vote on the UDP, and there is some new wording on the UDP that we have to...
We can kind of work our way through if you would like. Yes,
Okay.
we do have some updated information on the Unified Development Plan that was presented to the Commission with that. Certainly you can start with the annexation that
And then
brings it
we'll
into
go
the
to-
city's jurisdiction, then the Planning and Development Zoning, and then the Unified Development Plan is the standards that go with the, so I would just kind of do it in sequence, and then we can address that
Chair-
UDP.
So annex zoning and then UDP.
Yes, right. We
Chair-
can talk about that because council's got another action tomorrow night relative to some of those.
Chair
issues.
Maggie,
Yes.
I had wanted to say something, but I wasn't able to get
Oh,
in.
I'm sorry.
With
Please
the
speak.
discussion. It's very brief because
Please
I have
speak.
a list of things, but everybody's covered all of that. And I appreciate that. But I do want to say that I think that this is an example of very responsible growth. We need to have responsible growth and sustainable growth, and And everyone has been talking about that from the planning department. And so I am very pleased to see this kind of a proposal, which, as others have said, I think will become a model for others. And I also think that it's designed as a community, as has already been said. So I think it's a growth, in terms of a new development, but it's kind of a development of a community as well as of a project. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And also the appeal of it to someone who's aging in place or young people, there's a lot of opportunity here. So first we need an annexation.
Good. This is Commissioner Keith Peterson. Item PLP 25-04, 5137 Carlson Dairy Road and 4305 and 4307 Hamburg Mill Road. I recommend annexation.
Sandra O'Connor, second.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson and Ms. O'Connor. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? That passed 9-0. And now we need a zoning request, please.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion regarding to agenda item Z25-02-001, 5136 Carlson Dairy Road and 4305 and 4307 Hamburg Mill Road. The Greensboro Planning and Zoning Commission believes that its action to recommend approval of the original zoning request for the properties at 5136 Carlson Dairy Road and 4305 and 4307 Hamburg Mill Road from County RS 40 Residential Single Family to City PUD Planned Unit Development to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan, and considers the action to be reasonable, the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. Number one, the request is consistent with the Comprehensive Plan's future built form map and future land use map. Number two, the proposed city PUD zoning district permits uses that fit the context of the surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. Number three, the request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the city. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Thank you, Mr. Downing.
Commissioner Gilmer seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Downing and Mr. Gilmore. So now we will vote by raising your hand. All those in favor and say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? That passes 9-0. Now, Mr. Carter, about the UDP.
Thank you. The UDP is made up of 4 sheets, which we will go through. Actually, you guys have already been presented that, so hopefully you had an opportunity to take a look at it. The UDP, if you decide to, you've recommended approval of the original zoning. In recommending approval of the Unified Development Plan, please make that conditional approval based on approval of item H1 on City Council's agenda tomorrow night.
H11.
I'm sorry, H11, 2 1s. H11 on Council's agenda tomorrow night. That is a text amendment that you saw last month that allowed flexibility in the Unified Development Plan standards.
I'd just like to, we annexed it, and we've done the zoning, and I didn't read that this constitutes a favorable recommendation and is subject to the public hearing at Tuesday, March 18, 2025 City Council meeting. Now.
Yes, ma'am. So now the floor is open for a recommendation or a motion to approve conditionally the Unified Development Plan.
Commissioner Keith Peterson, I recommend approval for the conditions of the Unified Development Plan H-11 text amendment to Greensboro City Council.
Commissioner Gilmer seconds.
Wait, I think it's 04.
Yeah, let's just clarify. I think it's a little easier to say. You're going to recommend approval of the Unified Development Plan subject to council action on the 18th relative to standards in the Plan Unit Development District. I think that's probably the better way to make that motion, if that's acceptable. The meeting is tomorrow. Yes, you guys heard the text amendment last month, about what those proposed changes are.
And we
it just
passed
hasn't
that
been officially
UDP
approved
text
yet by
amendment.
council. Yes.
Okay. So we need to reword this then. Okay. Would you like to do it, Miss? Can we pass this on to Mrs. Keynes for help? Okay.
All right, I move adoption of the UDP for 5136 Carlson Dairy, 4305 and 4307 Hamburg Mill Road, subject to the adoption of the text amendment, which is item H11 at the City Council meeting, which will be held tomorrow evening, which will be February the 18th.
Commissioner Gilmer seconds.
Thank you, Mrs. Keynes and Mr. Gilmore. Now we will take a vote. All those in favor, raise your arm and say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? That passes 9-0. Thank you for your assistance. Thank you, Mr. Carter, and staff for all of your help. Okay. It's 7 o'clock. We're going to do one more before recess. Okay.
It's Piscataway.
And thank you, everyone who came to be here. And we support that, and we appreciate you coming. And if anybody would like to get up and leave at this point, it's a good time. We're going to give you a minute so you can leave, and thank you for being here. Okay.
Oh, Zach's here. All
right. So the next item on our regular agenda is item Z2502003, a rezoning request from R3 Residential Single Family 3 to CDRM 12, Conditional District Residential Multifamily 12, for the property identified as 1201 Pisgah Church Road, generally described as South Pisgah Church Road and west of Willoughby Boulevard, 0.86 acres.
Thank you, Chair Magid.
Thank you, Mr. Carter.
Yes. This is the zoning map of the subject property, showing that it contains approximately 0.86 acres and is currently zoned R3. The rezoning request is to go from R3 to Conditional District Residential Multifamily 12. North of the request is zoned R3 with CDRM 8 farther to the northwest. East, south, and west of the request are zoned R3. This is the aerial map of the subject property. Property is currently undeveloped. North of the request contains single-family dwellings with multifamily dwellings located farther to the northwest. East, south, and west of the request are zoned single-family dwellings. This is an image of the subject property as seen from Pisgah Church Road. This image is of the subject property as seen from Willoughby Boulevard. This image shows an example of the single-family dwellings located north of the request on Worthing Court, zoned R3. And these are single-family dwellings located east of the request on Blanson Place, zoned R3. And this image shows the dedicated open space located south of the request, zoned R3. And this image shows a single-family dwelling located west of the request on Pisgah Church Road, zoned R3. This is a view facing northeast on Pisgah Church Road. The subject property is on the right. And this is facing southwest on Pisgah Church Road. The subject property is on the left. And this view is facing southeast on Willoughby Boulevard. The subject property is on the right. And this view is facing northwest on Willoughby Boulevard. The subject property is on the left. These are the conditions that were proposed by the applicant. The applicant has proposed several changes to the conditions, change to condition 1 and 3 additional conditions. I will read those into the record now, and then the Planning and Zoning Commission will have to accept those conditions. The changes include So condition number 1, use is limited to a maximum of 8 dwelling units. That is down from 10 dwelling units. And then 3 new conditions. Building facade materials shall consist of no less than 75% wood, stone, glass, brick, or cementitious material. Neither vinyl siding nor exterior insulation finishing systems, also known as EIFS, shall be used in building facades. Vinyl materials may be used as part of windows, doors, and trim. The development shall be limited to not more than 2 access points, and that is subject to approval by Greensboro Department of Transportation. And that would be access points to Willoughby Boulevard and shall have no access points to Pisgah Church Road. Each townhouse dwelling shall have rear entry garage and take driveway access from a private street or drive.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. So we need a motion now to accept these conditions.
Madam Chair, I move acceptance of the conditions as recited 1 through 4.
Thank you, Ms. O'Connor.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. Okay. We will take a vote. All of those in favor signify by raising your arm and saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? That passes 9-0.
Thank you. In recommending approval of this request, staff notes that the GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan's future built form map designates the subject property as urban general and as residential on the future land use map. The proposed rezoning request supports the comprehensive plan's filling in our framework goal to arrange land uses for a more vibrant and livable Greensboro, and the Creating Great Places goal to expand Greensboro's citywide network of unique neighborhoods, offering residents of all walks of life a variety of quality housing choices. The proposed CDRM12 zoning district, as conditioned, would allow uses that are compatible with the surrounding area. The proposed density is appropriate as the subject property is located at the intersection of a minor and a major thoroughfare. However, care should be taken with respect to building orientation, building materials, height, and visual buffers to ensure an appropriate transition to the lower density residential uses on adjacent properties. With that, I can answer any questions that you have.
Do you have any questions? Okay. If the applicant would come forward, you have up to 10 minutes. Please give your name and address. Thank you, Mr. Carter.
Good evening. I'm Chair Majid and Planning Commission members. My name is BJ Johnson. I dwell at 2406 North Elm Street, and I own the property at 1201 Pisgah Church Road. We had a presentation here. I think Mr. Carter is working on bringing that up. But in the meantime, we're looking to rezone our property there at Pisgah Church Road. It's currently a vacant lot, and working with the community members and the members of who many are here from New Irving Park. We've heard the comments during our neighborhood meeting on February 2nd. We heard a lot of the opposition there for us requesting the rezoning from RM3 to RM12. Therefore, based upon those, the opposition and all the comments, we decided to scale back the property from going for 10 units, going down to 8, as well as all the conditions that were mentioned by Mr. Carter already. We do believe that this is in line with the comprehensive plan for 2040 with strategic infill development. We believe it exemplifies. Yes. No problem. Yeah. And we'll just go through some of this. I'll go through the objectives we think we have accomplished with the city's plan. Again, by developing within the existing infrastructure that the city's already invested in, we reduce the pressure on the city's edges. Greensboro has one of the lowest density rates in North Carolina based upon the plan, and we believe this project helps address that issue along with maintaining the neighborhood's character. one of the big things, one of the big ideas from the plan was the missing middle housing, and we believe this directly addresses that, going from the single-family homes that you saw in the neighborhood, and in between there, at the top end is the multifamily apartments, but the city addressed that in the missing middle in terms of having more housing types, in terms of townhomes and other projects that we're going to have shown here today. Again, it's going to be the upscale housing option, and again, we're going to add to the neighborhood and be consistent with New Urban Park's character. We're going to address this by, as you saw in the conditions, about a minimum of 75% of the high-end materials that were already discussed. We believe the price points will be right in line with the values that are there in New Urban Park. And we've also developed a project at 2400 North Elm Street. There were a lot of similar oppositions there, but based upon what we've done there, we believe we can reproduce a similar project there at the corner of Willoughby and North Elm. At the time of our development, I know property values aren't a part of this, but just to convey the point, it was $186 per square foot when we began, but our project has increased the values there to $220 per square foot. Some of this is due to inflation, but again, the point of that is, I know you're not concerned about property values, but addressing some of the concerns from the New Urban Park residents that this will continue to add value to the neighborhood. Traffic was one of the biggest concerns, and we understand that. It's at the corner of a busy intersection, and that's why we introduced the condition to not have any access on the Pisgah Church and to only maintain at most 2 entrances to Willoughby Boulevard. So we believe this is in line. We've gone through technical review, and we believe this will help address some of the issues and concerns with the safety there on that corner. One of the big concerns was also the environmental sensitivity. There's a lot of natural wooded areas there, which adds to the beauty of the neighborhood. So therefore, with this development, we'll maintain and try to maintain all the trees that are there that can be preserved within the development, as well as introduce new vegetation that will continue to add to the beauty of the neighborhood. So just going through the plan, a lot of these things have already been addressed by Mr. Carter. Again, residential RM3 to RM12. Yes.
Is it possible to remove all these tools from this image that we're looking at?
How's that?
Better. Thank you so much.
Okay, no problem. All right. So as everybody's seen where the project is, and again, the original plan was to have the driveways onto Willoughby Boulevard, but going through technical review as well as taking into the neighborhood's feedback, we've eliminated those driveways and are working on addressing that through moving the garages to the back and creating access points to the back of the property. Just a sample of a sketch of what we're considering there. Nothing is, of course, final, but again, we believe by using the materials that we've already suggested, as well as some of the projects that we've done in the past, that this is going to add to the aesthetic and the beauty of the neighborhood. This is an example of what we did at the corner of 2400 North Elm. The project would be similar in scope, not the exact same, but from the comments we've had a lot of favorable comments from those that have been around the nation. We've had a lot of people come in that have moved into Greensboro, as far as Colorado, Florida, South Carolina, all over the place, that have given us a lot of favorable comments on this design. We won't do the exact same design, but we will keep this in line, again, which we believe will add to the beauty of New Urban Park. That's another example of the back of the property. Again, as you see, the garages are in the back of this property. Again, we'll seek to do the same thing at the corner of Willoughby and Pisgah Church. You've already seen the conditions, and again, this was directly with the community meeting that we had. We had 10 people present at the community meeting, 16 total people, 10 in person and 6 on Zoom. There were some comments that not everyone received the communication. We did work with the city in terms of sending out all the information based upon the list that was given within the 750 square foot radius. And again, we had the technical review meeting on January 3rd. Our neighborhood meeting occurred on February 2nd. We've been in contact with a number of the neighbors both favorable and some not so favorable comments. But we received them all, listened to them all, and continue to welcome the opportunity to work with our community there to make sure that everyone's voice is heard and that we bring a project to New Urban Park that is representative of that neighborhood. Are there any questions from the committee?
Any questions at this point? Now, there were two other people that wanted to speak in favor of this, and Elizabeth Blake. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Johnson. Please state your name and address.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Blake. I live at 612 Willoughby Boulevard. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. I haven't ever done this before.
And you're speaking in favor?
I am.
Okay, thank you.
I've found out about the opposition to this project because I got leafleted by a group that seems to be organizing and concerned about traffic and character of the neighborhood and property values. But I wanted to just add my perspective. My family moved there in 1983. Lots and lots of development happened since then to make it a pretty bigger neighborhood than it was when we moved there. In the last 5.5 years, I moved back to take care of my dad. So I've been back in that neighborhood for the last few years, even though I've been aware, obviously I've been coming and going from my parents' house the entire time. I'm going to inherit the property, so I'm also, have an interest in the property values. I have a hard time figuring out how property values could be affected by this project. I also can't, there was a concern that the intersection is already snarled, which, I go through that intersection every day, and it flows perfectly well. It doesn't seem to be very busy. It's a nice traffic light that got added there that works fine. This lot that this is proposed to be built on doesn't share a border with anybody who lives in New Irving Park. The 2 blocks that are the north end of Willoughby Boulevard from Round Hill Road to Pisgah Church Road have 0 houses facing it. So those are 2 nice wooded, granted, blocks where there is no neighbors. So there's really no one to be impacted, other than the fact that it is higher density housing and that it's infill development, which our community, there's a lot of people who have been in a place for a long time and like it the way it is. But we've also got younger generations who don't live in New Irving Park. We've got younger generations who've been impacted by a lot of obstacles that the older generations were not impacted by. And I'm talking about people younger than myself. I'm 56 years old, and I did all right. But there are younger generations that have got a very difficult time accessing housing based on the fact that there's not a limited, there's too limited a supply of housing stock in Greensboro and across America. So any little bit that goes to expand the housing supply helps younger people. And they're the future, obviously. Trying to see if I had any other points in my little notes here. The property's also oriented, it is entering on Willoughby Boulevard. I was thinking it was Pisgah Church Road. So it is entering, it is coming and going through New Irving Park, but it's not, there's no other houses that are facing it, adjacent to it, or near it. And it, okay, I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Blake. I see Cheryl McIver. Are you speaking in favor? You wish to speak in favor? There's, okay, all right. We only have 26 seconds left. Okay, so now we will move to the rebuttal.
Opposition.
Sorry?
the
Oh,
opposition.
let's have a little conversation.
No. This is opposition, 10 minutes?
We haven't done the opposition yet, I'm sorry.
Correct, yes. That's what we
Okay.
do.
The opposition has up to 10 minutes as a group. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Ready?
State your name and address, please.
Hi, Timothy Suhan, 624 Willoughby Boulevard here in Greensboro. Good evening. Happy President's Day. I just want to take a very quick moment to thank the Zoning Commission here. You guys are all paid volunteers, or volunteers, I should say, and we appreciate the good work and the objectivity that you display in making these decisions. So again, thank you. I've been a Greensboro resident for 25 years. My wife and I and our family have lived at 624 Willoughby Boulevard, which is about 1,000 feet south of this proposed development. We do love this neighborhood. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of the residents of the New Irving Park neighborhood. We are strongly opposed to this development. We don't believe it's well thought out. I would like to enter into the record here a petition with about 120 signatures that we've gathered just over the last 72 hours opposing this development. I want it to be known that New Irving Park residents are pro-growth for Greensboro, but we're pro-growth for good growth. We don't want growth by mandate. We're hearing a lot by, hey, we have to have 10,000 new housing units by 2030. We need new housing, but we need to do it well, and we need that good zoning. The developer's proposal, as proposed right now, makes no sense. And to use the term that I've heard here, it will have a negative land impact, negative land use impact, no doubt about it. I'm going to illustrate two ways. It'll be many ways, but I'm going to illustrate two ways here. It eliminates virgin green space and tree canopy, which has been there for a generation. It will damage the watershed by eliminating land for runoff. There is a creek that flows behind this property that starts north of Pisgah. It flows all the way down Willoughby. That is a very important artery. Hey, this creek is not a beautiful creek that you think about, but there's many creeks like this that are important to preserve for water health. This creek flows south. It enters into Buffalo Lake, and if you keep impinging on it, it's going to continue to fill in Buffalo Lake. We have some photographs that we can submit to that end as well. So. Furthermore, the site, I believe you've all been to the site, it slopes quite sharply down to the southwest when you stand off it. It's simply too small to cover for 8 units. I will submit also that there will probably be the necessity for a retaining wall because the property slopes down so much, it'll need to be leveled with a retaining wall. If you take a look at this developer's retaining wall at the corner of North Elm Street and Cone, it is starting to fall down. It is in very bad repair. And that's a tiny wall. This is going to have to be a big one. I'd say furthermore, it also opens up the corridor as you head south down Willoughby. There's a right-of-way there to develop all of that land and further impinge that wetland. I'm going to also say Section 2, how it would harm the character of the neighborhood. New Irving Park has over 1,600 single-family homes. It doesn't have anything like this within the neighborhood south of Pisgah. You can characterize the neighborhood as low density, large lots, single-family homes with significant setback. This project will not have that. It does not fit in. It's a square peg, essentially speaking. Furthermore, the gateway to our neighborhood, New Irving Park, is at Willoughby and Pisgah. It is very green. It's maintained by volunteers. It has brick signs on it, or brick structures that designated the neighborhood. That is our gateway. That is the character of our neighborhood. Within Greensboro, there's over 100 neighborhoods. Each has a character. Please don't do this. It will hurt the character of our neighborhood that we value so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name and address.
My name is John Nossick. I live at 4012 Hazel Lane, which is around the corner from this proposed project. I've been a resident in New Irving Park for 30 years. I was attracted to New Irving Park due to its individual homes on large wooded lots averaging 1/2 of an acre to 1 acre, with small parks, playgrounds, wooded buffers, and habitats for wildlife. This application is an infill project that is inconsistent with the 1,600 freestanding single-family homes in New Irving Park, but appears to appease the appetite of the city for greater property tax revenue. This development of 8 homes built as triplex and duplex homes on 0.86 of an acre does not fit the culture of the 1,600 homes in New Irving Park. At present, there are no other townhomes in this community. I further query the potential traffic impact. Willoughby has 2,000 to 5,000 cars a day traveling on it. Pisgah Church has 20 to 30,000 cars a day. These proposed townhomes would have driveways directly entering Willoughby into the path of these cars. Furthermore, the setbacks of these homes does not provide additional parking for guests, service vehicles, and delivery trucks. I urge this committee to reject this application, which will radically change New Irving Park, and it disregards the original concept envisioned by the developer 50 years ago. Thank you.
Very much. Please state your name and address.
Don Leahy, I live at 1804 Tiffany Place, just 1 block south of the proposed area to be rezoned. My house backs up to the creek and Willoughby Boulevard. I've lived in this house and neighborhood for 24 years and witnessed much development in the neighborhood, all of which was in compliance with the present zoning and away from the creek. I would like to speak of the dangers and consequences of rezoning and development of the proposed area. The property in question was never meant to be developed nor deemed suitable for development by the previous owners for reasons already cited and for those I will give now. My firsthand experience speaks to why the site is unsuitable for the proposed development. The City of Greensboro tests and monitors the water for the spring in the creek because it is a viable wetland and has threatened aquatic wildlife in that stream. The stream has on occasion become blocked when any building or debris should come in contact with it. 2 years ago, the stream became blocked when the water was obstructed, causing lakes to form in my yard less than 1,000 yards from the proposed area, much less than 1,000 yards. Of my yard and those of my neighbors to the north and the south, the city had to come and restore that. The water had driven 10 to 15 feet above the stream. Any building on the proposed site risks serious damage to the aquatic life and the entire habitat and threatens flooding in the area downstream. This is a fragile environment, and no matter how cautious one may want to be in the construction, the consequences for the homeowners and the environment are grave. In addition, the proposed entrances on Willoughby pose a serious hazard for those turning right and left. Most do not realize that this is an emergency route for the fire and rescue in the neighborhood, into the neighborhood, and the quickest route to Moses Cone Trauma Center. Any large vehicle turning from Pisgah Church would have to contend with the driveways and entranceways shortly thereafter. It's already a dangerous corner. I personally witnessed an accident and had to testify on a police report recently. For the development would seriously obstruct passage and increase the likelihood of accidents, and any parking on Willoughby from this proposed rezoning would pose a serious hazard to both persons and property. And I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Gabriel Nieremer, 701 Willoughby Boulevard. I am the first house on Willoughby Boulevard, directly past Tiffany Park, which is the wooded area. Of everyone here impacted, I'm probably impacted the most of all. I see this traffic. I see the danger of the traffic, having small children that play on the street and near the street, watching my neighbors walk and cross, the speed which people fly down it. There's no way it's safe to put a driveway at that entrance. There will be so many accidents and possible deaths or injuries from just, it's a cut through, and people will drive 65 plus miles an hour down that road. I've watched people street race right in front of my house. The city has done nothing. This is not yours to worry about. The city has done nothing about this problem we have. This will dramatically increase the ability the chance of accidents. Now, that stream everybody talks about stops at my house. So it comes up to my property and then starts going into culverts and working its way down the medians. The flooding is very real. The flooding is going to be a major issue. If we alter that waterway, he has no idea, the developer has no idea what's going to happen. He just can't know what's going to happen. But I will feel the impact of that, of him altering that. We have a herd of deer. We have beavers. We've got skunks. We've got coyotes. We've got foxes. All live right there. And if you take their natural habitat, they will find new habitat. And it's going to be my yard. And I'm already dealing. And, you know, it's funny because everybody who lives backs up to Tiffany Park. They all know. We all fight with this all the time. If we love fighting with our animal neighbors, right? It's a constant battle to live with them. But this is going to make that battle even worse. The environmental impact is unknown. If we look at the group from Summerfield that was just here and the proposal they made versus this current proposal, it's almost like he was done on the back of a napkin comparatively. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And your address was 701? Thank you so much. Now it's time for rebuttal. The applicant will have up to 5 minutes.
I'll have a very short rebuttal and give time for others that were speaking in favor of our project. A couple things that were addressed just now in terms of the retaining wall that's there on the corner of North Elm and Cone. That is not a part of our property. It's a part of the city's property. And unfortunately, due to a few accidents that have occurred there, they ran into the wall. So that's why the wall is falling down. Again, it's not a part of our property. It's part of the city's, and the city maintains that wall. In terms of the 1,600 single-family homes that are there in New Urban Park, yeah, it's a beautiful neighborhood, but nobody brought up the Canaan at the Knolls that have similar projects or housing like this. They're kind of patio homes. Some are like duplex, and some are very close single-family. So there is a precedent of this type of product in New Urban Park already. We already mentioned that there were not going to be all the driveways there. Again, we're working with both the technical review committee as well as the neighborhood to eliminate, as you guys saw in my presentation, that we're eliminating most of those driveways there. So again, we're listening to all the comments, listening to all the opposition, and we're taking all those things in to make as minimal impact there, especially from a traffic standpoint. And lastly, I'll let my lady speak here. We're not developing all the wooded area. There's definitely plenty of wooded area, much of which is owned by the city. So there would be plenty of green space, and we would like to take advantage of that green space because that's an important part of all of our projects to maintain an environment where people can enjoy nature around them. Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name and address.
Cheryl McIver, 404 West Mount Council Drive, Greensboro, North Carolina. I'd just like to remind the commissioners you are here to decide the highest and best use. As we know from the prior zoning meeting in which commissioners approved an apartment complex that is all wooded, surrounded by R3 homes, has a blue line stream and 2 other creeks on a sloped lot, in which the entrance has a limited sight distance, we know that that does not matter in this particular case.
Wait, excuse me. Are you speaking in favor?
I'm speaking in favor.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. So, thank you. You messed me up there. But anyway, we know that those matters will be taken into consideration with TRC. It sounds like this developer has already engaged the technical review committee, in which our prior zoning did not. So those matters will be taken up with TRC. Also, this is not a designated floodplain area. In fact, CDRM 12 is very nice. I propose that this should be a CDRM 18, in which you go from 8 units to 14. This will help our 10,000 homes that we are seeking to achieve here in Greensboro, North Carolina. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McIver. Now we're going to have a rebuttal from those in opposition to the zoning.
And Chair Magid, there is no one online.
There's no one online? Thank
No,
you
ma'am.
for that. Appreciate that. Yes. Yes.
Hey, good evening. Thank you for your time today. My name is Burke Edwards. I live at 807 Blanton Place, and I will be delivering a rebuttal on behalf of a majority of the opposition. I'm a resident of the New Irving Park neighborhood, having lived in close vicinity of the proposed development for the last 5 years with my wife and 2 children. We're welcoming our 3rd child in just a few weeks, and my wife and I look forward to raising our children in the Greensboro community, which has been so great to us since we moved here in 2013. In this application for the rezoning of this parcel, which would result in a proposed townhome development within the confines of a single-family residential neighborhood, there has been considerable reference to how it appeals to the GSO 2040 comprehensive plan. This plan, which was prepared using the feedback of the Greensboro community, says otherwise. Within this document, one surveyor comments, "I love the huge number of well-maintained parks and trails we have, never seen anything else like it." Another online survey response reads, "Not all new development is respecting the land. Developers have a responsibility to restore trees and landscaping and to seriously consider traffic coming out of their development." There are numerous comments which speak to the natural beauty in this town, something I believe everyone in this room agrees with. One of our community values in this plan is that we shape our future and are stewards of our environment, which lead to a vision of Greensboro being the greenest city in the Southeast. It is stated that in 2040, we want to be able to say Greensboro is green in all ways. We have a resilient tree canopy, a vibrant park system, and we take care of our environment. On this proposed development, there currently exists numerous mature trees consisting of maples, crepe myrtles, and the tree which is so emblematic of Greensboro, the great white oak. In addition, there are countless other shrubs and native plants which blend seamlessly with the adjoining parcels currently owned and maintained by the City of Greensboro, having previously been dedicated to the City of Greensboro for open space and floodplain by the original developer of the neighborhood. One of our goals within the GSO 2040 vision is that the built environment pays respect to the natural environment, living and building with it rather than destroying and building on top of it. In the future land use map of the GSO 2040 plan, this northern section of Willoughby is highlighted green to reflect an area to preserve rather than to develop. In fact, this broader area is not even close to any of the growth tiers proposed within this plan. To briefly summarize, we are concerned that this proposed zoning change could set precedent for future multifamily development on Willoughby and in the broader New Irving Park neighborhood, which is inconsistent with the area in past and current land use. The proposed development of 8 units on the currently natural site will negatively impact the wetlands of Pisgah Church all the way to Buffalo Lake and will expedite the deterioration of our natural areas in Greensboro. If you are unfamiliar with the parcel in question, we would strongly urge all members of the Planning and Zoning Committee to take a few minutes and drive by the area. In doing so, we feel confident that you will agree that rezoning this parcel is in direct opposition to the vision set forth in the GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan, which was not a document prepared from the feedback of a select few, but from the perspective of the broader Greensboro community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Please state your name and address.
I'm Ed Lipsky. I live at 1816 Tiffany Place. I'm a civil engineer, a builder, a developer, and an architect. And, I can tell you that I agree with everything everybody else against this has already said, but my major concern is the watershed. My house backs up and it floods every time it rains. It comes all the way up to my backyard now. I live right next to where the main storm drainage comes down that supports the whole neighborhood from Carmel to Wynwood to Tiffany Place, which is parallel to the wetlands. I looked up on the map last night once I heard about this and saw the wetlands are programmed. It's on the wetlands map. The wetlands do not. The map that I looked at was dated 2018, and it did not show the wetlands going through this property, but this property is the headwaters to the wetlands. And having been a builder, a developer, a civil engineer, I know that it's not possible to develop this property, what they're planning on doing, without increasing the runoff to that area, which is already flooding. And if this is the only way they can, the land has got so much grade on the land that there's no way that you can put a large enough retention pond to hold water back for it. Underground retention can be done, but when you take out trees trees help retain in two ways. Not only do they slow down the runoff of water, but they, in all times except winter, even in winter, the deciduous trees that are there, they soak up water from the ground and they dry the ground up. All that site will have to be just about completely cleared to put this building in. And then you can't build a tall retention pond because there's so much fall, which the retaining wall he mentioned. There's no inexpensive way, and I'm going to point out that the Corps of Engineers has to come look at this, and they look at headwaters, and I do not believe there's a chance on this green earth that they would approve it.
Thank you very
And
much.
your EPA better not approve it either.
Thank you very much. Okay, and we have finished the rebuttal opposition. Okay. I'm going to close the public hearing, but I'd like to hear from Mr. Kirkman if you have any comments you would like to make. We've talked a lot about
I
watershed.
think I'm happy to respond to questions.
Okay.
Certainly the watershed issues are things that are going to be addressed by technical staff through the plan review process. With that, the commission's very familiar with those conversations, but I'd rather just wait to comments or questions from the commission.
Okay, thank you very much.
Briefly, Chair Magid. Also, I know the applicant had made some reference to communication with technical review. Of course, that would be very preliminary discussion. There's not an approval there. So as Mike has highlighted, that process would still be on the back end. But similarly, since those conversations were just very initial and the plan is therefore illustrative, I want to remind you not to be too wedded to the plan that you saw. It's not a final approved plan. So.
Thank you very much. So we're going to close the public hearing, and let's open it to discussion. Would anybody like to say anything? Okay. All right, great. So I will entertain a motion. And first, we will wait until it comes up. This is 03.
I'm perplexed, and I do want to hear what everybody else thinks. I'm a former resident of Round Hill Court, so I'm very familiar with the neighborhood. The two driveway entrances, there are going to be two houses could be built there anyway, so you're not increasing curb cuts. I would be curious to know if the petition that was drawn up was before or after the creation of the conditions.
Could you come to the
Yeah,
microphone
let's take it on the podium, please.
for 1 minute? Can we do this? Yes, she's asking her question.
Given the question from Commissioner Steens.
Okay.
By the petition, do you mean the flyer that was circulated in the neighborhood?
The
You
one
made
you-
reference to 120 signatures on a petition, and I just want to know if those folks were aware of the additional conditions before they signed the petition.
Additional conditions. We are fully aware of everything that the developer presented.
But they were
And
just
that's why we
presented.
stand in strict opposition to it with 144 signatures.
But just for point of clarity, these conditions were just added in that petition. When did you start?
We were working off of his information meeting that he had, 2 weeks ago, roughly.
Okay, that's what we needed to know. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Our position has not changed.
Understand. We understand. Thanks so much.
Can I enter these into record at this point?
Absolutely. If you'll just give it to Mr. Carter, he'll. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Ms. O'Connor.
In regard to,
we don't have the motion up.
No.
Okay. Thank you.
In regard to Z2502-003, the Greensboro Planning and Zoning Commission believes that its action to recommend approval of the rezoning request for the property at 1201 Pisgah Church Road from R3 Residential Single Family 3 to CDRM 12 Conditional District Residential Multifamily 12 to be consistent with the adopted Greensboro 2040 Comprehensive Plan, and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the Comprehensive Plan's future built form map and future land use map. The proposed CDRM 12 zoning district, as conditioned, permits uses that fit the context of the surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. The request is reasonable due to the size, physical condition, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Commissioner Nichols, I second.
Thank you, Ms. O'Connor and Mr. Nichols. Now we will take a vote. All those in favor signify by raising your arm and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? That passes 9-0. Oh, I'm sorry.
Ms. Turner is opposed.
I'm sorry. That passes 8-1. This approval constitutes a final action unless an appeal is submitted in writing to the Planning Department and the appeal fee paid within 10 days. Anyone may file such appeal. All such appeals will be subject to a public hearing at the Tuesday, March 18th, 2025 City Council meeting, and all adjourning property owners will be notified of such appeal. Thank you so much for coming. At this point, we're going to take a break. So we
Recording stopped.
We will come back at 8:15.
15-minute break.
Like it could snow today, but on the day we're recording this segment, it's going to be almost 80 degrees. Doesn't matter. The city of Greensboro is getting ready for possible snow and ice this winter, and the trucks are here at the Coliseum practicing. How much snow do you think we're going to get this winter?
Probably none. I'm gonna say none. I don't think none.
Do you want snow?
Not really. No. Nope.
How much snow do you think we'll get this winter?
I'm thinking 3 events, maybe 9 to 10 inches total.
Very specific. I like it.
Yeah, I hope it's no snow, honestly.
City manager?
I'm hoping for about 3 to 4 events at least, and about 2 feet total.
Whoa, okay.
I'm hoping for a repeat of last year. I'm good with no snow.
All right, so we're in a snowplow truck, right?
Yes.
All right, so tell me what's in here. There's a lot of technology in here.
Yeah, this is a new truck. It's a 2025 Western Star. It's got the new tablet. It takes more of a delay to move things versus the levers.
What's the benefit to the driver and to the city?
Everything will be all the same. All the trucks will be the same. That way you don't have the other box, the levers. Everybody can know the tablet. The computer does it all, where we try to guesstimate how much salt we put out. There's a way that they can go in the tablet and tell how much salt we run, how many lane miles we ran. It's just a whole lot easier and better and more technology.
And so these trucks you use for plowing, you use for salting, you use for all the things related to snow and ice.
Yes, that and snow and ice, and everyday work.
All right, here we go. Snow predictions. 8 inches.
2 to 4
Inches or feet?
inches.
6 inches.
How much snow do you think we'll get this winter?
Hopefully we don't get any.
None. Okay.
I don't think we'll get any. It's a bit too hot.
Too hot.
I like to see a couple of inches, just enough for the kids to go out and have fun.
Yeah, me too.
I am from Europe. I like snow, so
Bring it on.
I hope it will be like this.
I want to build some snowmen with my kids, so hopefully.
All right. What do you think about snow this year? Any predictions?
I like to see it at least snow a couple times. We need a good snow, actually. We've been dodging it for the last 3 years or so. So I like to see it snow.
So it doesn't bother you, even though you'll be on the roads, you don't mind if it snows?
No, as long as it ain't too bad.
Have you actually pushed snow before?
Yeah, I've been with the city for 11 years and pushed ever since.
Tell me a story about pushing snow.
About the last snow, when we had the 12, 13 inches, yeah, that was no good because everybody was getting stuck all the time. I've got stuck 3 times in 12 hours and really couldn't get nothing cleared. But it was fun times.
So you still like it when you see the snow coming down?
Yeah, I do. But it's still a good thing. We try to keep roads cleared and all that for the community, the city. So it's all a good time.
All right, put on your meteorologist hat. How much snow are we going to get this year?
Throughout the year, I'll say at least a good 8 inches.
2024, 25 snow predictions.
I really don't think it's going to snow at all. Maybe. I think maybe.
Will we get snow or ice this year, and how much?
I say nothing myself.
Okay.
Considering I'm on the snow and ice route and I'm going to take care of my job, I hope we do get snow, but I doubt it.
Okay.
We're getting at least 3 feet. We're getting 80 hours of overtime. We're getting time and a half. You know it, man.
Oh, I like how you're thinking. Okay.
It may be 50-50, but hopefully we don't. But if we do, it's a great experience.
Okay, I like that. A good attitude.
I don't think we will. If not, maybe a dusting.
Dusting.
I hope it starts snowing tomorrow. I'll be ready.
It snows all winter long.
Doesn't stop. Yes, we're here. We got you.
My prediction, 12 inches. Yes, I'm an optimist. If you want to know more about snow removal in Greensboro, you can find the frequently asked questions by going to greensboro-nc.gov and search snow. Professional basketball has a brand new home. The Greensboro Complex is now home to the Upshot League. Women's professional basketball is coming to Greensboro. So, Alex, what is the Upshot League?
Upshot League is an opportunity for women's athletes and basketball players specifically to up their shot and to achieve their goals and get to the level they want to. When you look at the WNBA, there's only so many roster spots. This league is going to offer them an opportunity to continue playing, develop their game, and hopefully get to the next level. We'll start assembling staffs and a coaching staff. I'm sure there'll be a little bit of recruiting, and I'm sure there'll be some tryouts as well. As we mentioned, there's only going to be 11 players on each of the 4 teams. Obviously, we hope to grow the league a little bit, but it'll be 11 spots, so that's going to make it really competitive. And you could expect to see maybe players that didn't quite make it in the WNBA, maybe were released, and maybe some graduating college seniors that want to keep their game going.
So some of the fun part is that you'll get to see some players that you already have come to know and love from college basketball, and some who may end up in the WNBA.
Yeah, absolutely. That's it. I mean, you're going to see the future of the game, right? Future stars of the game potentially, and and that's it. I mean, it's very similar like with the hockey too. Those players are developing their craft to get to the next level, and that's what we're offering here on the women's side, especially with the fact that the women's sports, both on the basketball side the hockey side is booming right now, and that was the reason why we kind of got this project going, and also the passion of Donna Orender as well. She really spearheaded this thing.
Well, and we know how great it is to watch sporting events here in Greensboro, and you can be right up close to the action. What drew you to Greensboro?
When you're starting a team or anything, you have to have good support from the community and the city itself and the facilities, and we have all that here. We've already established that now with the Gargoyles, and so it was a no-brainer to offer this opportunity. The facilities here, it's a great sports town. Basketball is well loved here, so I mean, it just made sense. It was a literal slam dunk, right, to put it there. But it was an easy decision to offer it to the city, and they certainly didn't waste any time jumping on it.
Well, we are so glad to have you here. We can't wait to find out what the day will be.
Yeah, we can't wait either. Again, just get on that website and put in the names. They did a great job at the Gargoyles, so I'm expecting it to be really good here for this.
And games start in 2026, right?
Right, yeah, 2026, May of 2026, and there'll be 40 games, 20 home games. They'll be played right here.
All right, Scott, why women's professional basketball? Why did you want to hear?
Well, our community is growing. We've got business moving here. We have opportunity ahead of us. Obviously, announcing a hockey team meets one segment of the population, but there's a whole youth movement, a whole women's sports movement, a whole women's basketball movement that's going on globally, and we want to be a part of that. We've invested 25 years in the ACC women's basketball tournament. We've done single women's basketball games. We do AAU volleyball for ladies. We do basketball for ladies. And this is our opportunity to sort of say, we do youth sports, we do college sports, and we want to do women's professional sports.
Love it. And what is great about this particular spot is you can get so close to these professional athletes.
I tell everybody that comes to events in the Novant Health Fieldhouse is that the fans absolutely love it. You are that close to a future NBA All-Star in those games, and you'll be that close to a future women's basketball professional. So the environment is exciting. The games are very cool in terms of the promotions and the giveaways, and they're going to do all that stuff. And the Zoyer Sports is our partner, and they're going to do it right.
Okay, we've been visiting you a lot recently here at the Greensboro Complex. Any hints on what more things to come?
I don't think I've got any secret sauce to give you. Our next focus is we're really going to focus in on more bigger concerts and how do we attract those to Greensboro. There's some interesting dynamics going on in our country with concerts, and whether it's the NBA cities get all the big ones and the smaller cities don't, and how can OVG help with that?
Something else sweet about this league, you can help to name the new team. Go to theupshotgreensboro.com and submit your choice for a great name for this new professional team. While you're there, you can also make a deposit for season tickets. It's time to play ball.
The City of Greensboro takes pride in the host of reinvestment activity taking shape in East Greensboro. Equitable investment on the East Side has been an ongoing effort to enhance the quality of life for our residents, students, and visitors. A hub of recreation is evidenced through the Downtown Greenway, which touches all walks in different ways. Construction continues on the final mile of this one-of-a-kind 4-mile greenway. The western branch, winding from Smith Street to Spring Garden Street, is expected to be open in the summer of 2025. The walking and biking greenway connects at least a dozen neighborhoods, including Old Ashboro, South Side, Douglas Park, and the Dunleith neighborhood, all on the east side. There are more than $600 million in planned and completed projects along the downtown Greenway. This urban loop enhances quality of life with a variety of fitness classes, community walks, and an emphasis on public art, cementing Greensboro's reputation as a creative city. With the connections to the existing and planned trails in the city and the county, this loop is the center of the entire system and will one day connect us from all parts of the community and beyond. A future East Greensboro Greenway will connect the J. Douglas Gallion Depot in downtown to Barber Park. In collaboration with the city, NCDOT is developing a feasibility study for the route of the East Greensboro Greenway. The first phase of the Randleman Road corridor enhanced transportation services and encouraged additional reinvestment on the east side. The city will work with a consulting firm to assist with drafting a plan for the southeast area, which spans approximately 8 square miles. Recommendations based on significant public input will guide the future growth and development necessary to improve services and connectivity for a variety of established neighborhoods in the southeast area. The city is investing $3 million of American Rescue Plan funding to revitalize our oldest golf property with prominent ties to the civil rights movement. The Gillespie Golf Course Master Plan relies on the facility's historical and cultural relevance as a guide for future improvements. Additionally, we applaud the PGA Reach Foundation for awarding a $250,000 grant to commission a mural of the Greensboro Six. These courageous men integrated the Gillespie Golf Course in 1955. The city is taking a new approach to meet the needs of the East Greensboro community in a way that has never been done before. Greensboro Public Libraries and Parks and Recreation have set out to create a centralized community hub, the Windsor Chavis NOCO Community Complex. Thanks to the advocacy of Congresswoman Kathy Manning, the city was awarded a $4.3 million grant from the Outdoor Recreation Legacy Program. This supports several much-needed improvements to NOCO Park, which aligns with plans for the $65 million Windsor Chavis NOCO community.
Welcome to Strike and Flame, Greensboro's first candle bar. Come here for a date night, a girls' night, or just for a little you time and make your very own scent. Tiffany, what do you like about candles?
I just love fragrance in general. You know, the fact that fragrance creates a memory. So it's like if you go somewhere, you know, it kind of hits you in the face and you're like, oh, it can take you back. It's nostalgic. That's kind of what I love about fragrance.
Yeah, you're so right. Do you have like a favorite scent or something that like you connect with a memory of childhood or something?
I actually think I do. It's always like snickerdoodle for me, or anything sweet. It just kind of reminds me of my grandma being in the kitchen and making pie and things like that. So it takes me back.
And did you have candles around the house growing up?
Absolutely. We always had a candle. But our candles then looked a little different. They were not like in a vessel. They were just kind of like the votive candles, the tall ones that stood alone. So those were all the candles that, but I don't know, I fell in love with them. And also like blowing out a candle on birthdays.
Okay. Birthdays, and I feel like when I was a kid, we would always fight over who got to blow out the candle, right?
Yes, that takes you back.
When did you make your first candle?
So I made my first candle in 2014. It was kind of personal for me. I burnt candles all the time. I always burnt a Bath & Body Works candle. And then one day I was changing out a filter. The filter was extremely dirty. And that got me to thinking, because I'm like, why is this so dirty? I know that I just moved here not so long ago. What's going on with this filter? And I did a little research, and regular candles are paraffin. Paraffin is derived from petroleum, so essentially it feels like you're just breathing in gasoline. And at that time, in 2014, my son was small, and I was health conscious. And I was like, I love candles, so how can I not give this up? So I started doing a little research on what type of candles, what type of candle wax I could find. And I found soy wax. And you could not purchase like soy wax candles in 2014, but I ended up finding a company that allowed me to make it. They were like, we can sell you the wax, but you're going to have to make your candle. So that's how it started.
Wow. Okay, and then how did it turn into a business?
So it was literally my hobby, a hobby that turned into a business. I had no plans on ever becoming a business owner. I don't even have a background in business. You know, that wasn't my dream at the time, but just my hobby, my love for candles. My family loved the candles that I was making. I was really practicing, and everyone loved them. I would give them out as gifts for the holidays, birthdays, and everyone's like, this is really good. Like, where did you get this candle? And I'm like, I made it. So eventually, it just kind of turned into a business around 2018.
And now you help other people do it for fun.
I do. I bring this experience to other people so they can just enjoy it. And it's not about just candles or purchasing a candle. It's about creating an experience.
Okay, we're going to create a little experience. Let's come over here because you have picked out some of the most popular scents. And what are they?
So we have sage and rosemary, which is going to give you a little bit of earthiness. And then in the middle, we have amber musk, and then we have lemon on the end. So a little citrus. The lemon is a neutralizer, and amber musk is just the all-time favorite.
So when you come in, if you want to create your own candle, you can pick up to 3 scents, right?
Correct. So we want you at the wall, and at the wall, you're going to really pick out 9 because we want you to narrow them down. We're going to help you. We actually have scent specialists here who are just going to kind of guide you through the experience. You're going to mix and match because things that you typically would think go together probably will not. So we want you to go through your clipboard and just kind of pan out what is going to go.
Okay. So we picked these 3, and now what's next? What do we do next?
All right, so next you're just gonna line those up inside of your tray, and you're gonna start to fill up the jigger with those 3 fragrances. We're just gonna start with my favorite. My favorite is rosemary, so I'm just gonna fill my jigger up. Yes, fill my jigger up halfway with the rosemary because I want that to be my base. All right, and then we're gonna kind of come in with the amber musk and the lemon. All right, can you smell it? All right, so just give it a little mix.
Are these oils?
Yes, they are fragrance oils, synthetic fragrance oils that are phthalate free, so there are no harmful chemicals in them. So we're gonna go ahead and come in with a little amber musk, and since rosemary is my favorite, I'm just gonna top it off with rosemary. All right, so now we're going to the mix. All right, I love it.
What's next?
So next we're gonna go pick out our vessel that we want to create the candle in. We're over here at Vessel Valley. Vessel Valley is where you get to choose what matches your personality or your home decor. So we're just gonna go with clear today.
Okay.
All right. So we're just gonna fill up.
All right, we have the wax.
All right, so now we're just gonna pour our new mixture into our hot wax. I'm gonna go quickly, quick little dump. All right. We're just going to give this a little stir. All right, so now we're going to grab our vessel and we're just going to start to do a slow pour into the vessel. And we like to go slow so that we don't create any air bubbles or sinkholes in the wax. We always want our candles to burn evenly, straight across, so you can get the most of your wax.
Okay, so what do we do about the wicks?
So we have a little gadget that is going to stand the wicks up for us. All right, so now we're just going to place our wicks through the 2 outer holes on here and lock them in. And we're going to let this curate for 2 hours.
And then it's ready to go?
Mm-hmm. Yes, you can take it home. We have a new personalized candle that is a one-of-a-kind scent that was created by you.
You can even name it, right?
You can even name it. Yes, that's the most fun part.
So much fun. Okay, so do people come in individually, as parties? Like, what do you do here?
We do it all. Some days you have people who come in who want to do a self-care day. They just want to kind of get away and get out. But then we also have the team building experiences where companies want to come in and give back to their employees. So it's a time for bonding. It's a good date night. My favorite part is seeing some of our customers come in. Like, let's say we'll have the younger crowd come in and they'll do it with their friends, but then 2 weeks later I'll see that same person come in, but now it's with their grandmother. So it's like, it's perfect for everyone. It's just a good time.
All right, once you get it home, any tips for burning the candles?
Absolutely. So we always suggest that you burn your candles no longer than 4 hours, 4-hour increments. And after you burnt this wick, we all know what that looks like. It's kind of a burnt and a charred wick. What you want to do is always trim that little part down. Trim it down to about 1/4 of an inch before you relight it, because that's going to help with the longevity of the candle. It keeps the temperature low, and you're going to get the most out of your investment.
Strike and Flame Candle Bar is in Lawndale Shopping Center in Greensboro. You can find them online and make an appointment by going to strikeflame.com. And definitely you're going to want to follow them on social media at Strike Flame Candles. There's a new name for hockey in Greensboro. Say hello to the Gargoyles. Andy, what do you think about the Gargoyles?
Oh man, just over the moon. My inner gargoyle was ready to fly high all day. I had a hard time not saying it all day. I'm glad we made it to tonight, but special night. Huge thank you to the community for bringing that suggestion to us. I mean, this is Greensboro's team, and they have named it, and I thought they nailed it. I love it.
Yeah, so how did the name get to the team?
Yeah, so we had a couple thousand submissions from the community for various team names, and this was one of the leaders, and just instantly connected. So again, I thought it crushed it, and again, we're excited to see those uniforms and name eventually our NHL affiliate and first player signing, mascot. We got a lot more celebrations to come. This is just the first.
There is a lot to come. I don't know of any other gargoyles in the whole country. Have you ever heard of a team with a gargoyle?
No, and you know what's funny? Because, like, we hadn't either, and, like, once it was established that this is what it was going to be, we're like, we can't believe that there's never been a team named the Gargoyles. Like, so, like, kudos to Greensboro. Like, again, this is, I think it's going to be a legendary name for generations to come, and Greensboro did it, so.
Be a lot of fun. Okay, so let's just talk about the season really quickly. When does it start? How many games? What can we look forward to?
For sure. So we'll start mid-October, 36 home games, 72 whole games, and of course the playoffs, please. So again, we're committed to winning on and off the ice. So provided we win on the ice as expected, but playoffs would be April, May, hopefully June. That would mean you're in the finals.
And we know Greensboro is home to some record-breaking crowds for not only hockey, but lots of other events. What are your predictions for this new team?
Yeah, I'm willing to say we're going to be among the leaders, if not the leader in attendance in the league. And I already told my wife, we got to break the record by at least one. So if there's no more seats and she needs to sit on my lap or I sit on her lap, whatever we got to do, we're going to break that record with the Gargoyles.
All right, Keaton, so what do you think about the Gargoyles?
I think it's a nice team. And I think that it was a good pick for the team name.
Yeah, I think so too. Do you like hockey?
Kinda. My dad plays hockey and my dad's brother.
All right, Ashley, what brought you here tonight?
Hockey, of course. I'm excited. It's easier to come here than it is Raleigh, and hockey's back in Greensboro. Let's go.
When did you first start to love hockey?
Probably when it was like the Mighty Ducks, like D2, like back in the day, like in the 90s, and then when the Canes first started playing in Greensboro, and then, you know, it just kind of, my love for sports kind of fell into place there as well.
All right, JJ, what is in a name?
Oh, man, you know, you're hoping that when you pick a name, right, you can grab the essence of the city and the type of team that you want to give to the fans, right? And so we kind of cheat, right? We ask Greensboro, we ask the fans, we ask the community, what do you want the team to be? And we're really excited about it. You could hear the buzz kind of growing before the name was even shown on the screen, right? You could feel the buzz just by the promo video, who we are. We're really excited about the Gargoyle name. The fans are too. We couldn't be more excited about this.
All right, tell me about your connection to hockey.
So, you know, as a kid growing up, one of my earliest memories was going to Phoenix Roadrunner games. They were the AHL affiliate of the LA Kings, and I didn't know much about hockey. I'm from Arizona, so it's desert and what is ice and that whole thing. But I've always been a huge sports fan, played everything, done everything. And then within the last couple of years, got connected here with Zoyer, minor league hockey in a number of different markets, some baseball, and we just keep growing. I love sports. My wife loves sports, our kids, and we've always just kind of said, hey, anything that we can do to be a part of, to bring more sports to the Carolinas, we want to be a part of it. Greensboro is a fantastic location.
And so when you saw this crowd here tonight, what did that do for you?
I was blown away. Like, I was sitting up there and I was like, I'm legitimately nervous right now. We've done a couple of these since I've kind of joined, and they've been smaller events. Maybe you're talking, but maybe it's just to media, and all of a sudden you look out here, and I don't know what the official number is, but the salesman in me wants to say there's thousands of people here, right? And there really is, and that's really, really cool. It makes you more excited, puts a little pressure on us. Like, we want to deliver not only great hockey, but we want to be a part of this community. We want to give back to the community. Just even my time with the Panthers in Charlotte, so much of pro sports is being connected with the community. And so a great opportunity for us to do that and hopefully give this city a winning hockey team and someone they can be very proud of.
And a winning experience for families, for sure.
Absolutely. My wife and I, we take our kids all the time in Charlotte. We're going to be coming up here to a bunch of games. It's fun. Hockey is probably the best sport to watch live. Like, I'm not supposed to say that because I play football, but like, it's fun, it's fast-paced, It's great for families. We're thrilled.
Rep the Gargoyles and get your season tickets now at gargoyleshockey.com.
next item on our regular agenda is item PLP 25-05 and Z2502-004, an annexation and original zoning request for County RS30 residential single family to City CDCM Conditional District Commercial Medium for the property identified at 4115 Corbin Road, generally described as west of Corbin Road and west of U.S. Highway 29, 10.64 acres. And Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Chair Magan. This is the zoning map of the area, showing that the subject property is approximately 10.64 acres and is located west of Corbin Road and west of U.S. Highway 29. This is the annexation and original zoning request from County RS30, residential single family, to City CDCM, Conditional District Commercial Medium. North of the request is zoned County RS30, County RS30MH, residential single family with a manufactured home overlay district, and County AG Agricultural. East of the request is zoned County RS30 and County Agricultural. South of the request is zoned County HB Highway Business, County RS30, and west of the request is zoned County RS30 as well. This is the aerial map of the proximity, showing that the subject property currently contains undeveloped land. North of the request contains a manufactured home park, single-family dwellings, and undeveloped land. East of the request contains undeveloped land and U.S. Highway 29. South of the request also contains undeveloped land, and west of the request contains single-family dwellings and undeveloped land. This image shows the subject property as seen from Corbin Road. This image shows a manufactured home park located north of the request on Corbin Road, zoned County RS30. This image shows undeveloped land located north of the request on Corbin Road, zoned RS30, County RS30. This image shows undeveloped land located south of the request, zoned County RS30. And this image shows an example of the single-family dwellings located west of the request on Pine Needle Drive, zoned County RS30. This view is facing north on Corbin Road. The subject property here is on the left. And this view is facing south on Corbin Road. The subject property is on the right. And these are the conditions which were proposed by the applicant and advertised with the request. And in recommending approval of the request, staff noted that the GSO 2040 comprehensive plan designates this site as urban general on the future built form map and residential on the future land use map. The proposed original zoning request supports the filling in our framework goal to transform underutilized sites and buildings into valued assets that complement their surroundings, and the prioritizing sustainability strategy to promote resilient, efficient, and environmentally beneficial patterns of land use. Staff noted that the proposed city CDC and zoning conditional district commercial medium zoning district as conditioned would allow for land uses that are compatible with the general character of the area, and that care should be taken with respect to building orientation, building materials, building height, and visual buffers to ensure an appropriate transition to the lower density residential uses on adjacent properties. And I'm happy to answer any questions for you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Any questions at this point? Okay, if the applicant would come forward, you have up to 10 minutes. And please give us your name and address.
My name's Jim Kent, James Kent, 3913 Oak Hollow Drive, High Point, North Carolina. My brother and I own this property. We've owned it for the last 18 years. It's been in my family for 70 years.
Would you put the microphone a little bit closer to you? I'm sorry.
My brother and I have owned. Good?
Yes.
My brother and I have owned this property for 18 years. It's been in our family for 70 years. And I'm going to be brief here and turn it over to the developer because he's got the information you want.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioner. My name is Nicholas Riggins. My address is 12908 Pumpkin Way Drive, Mint Hill, North Carolina, 28227. Mr. Kent has already stated one of the most important facts in this case is that this property was originally sold in 2007 by the dad. He passed away during that process, and they had to get it out of probate. So this is roughly 18 years of really them having to carry the taxes and them not really wanting to continue down that process again and have another generation inherit another tax bill, and especially not having that conversation occur right now while they're aging as well. That we had one community meeting on January 10th. We sent out a notice to 81 residents. There were 2 community representatives who showed at the meeting. We had 3 of our representatives, so we had actually more staff than there were community representatives on the call. Due to the low turnout, we made another attempt. That would be a total of 160 chances. And also, we had no responses from the community as opposed to opposition other than the people you have listed here today. Our proposed project has self-storage in nature. That allows us to build without taking away and add to the value without taking away. It's minimizing minimal traffic impact, quiet operations, and infrastructure improvements. So we're able to build infrastructure, add to the community without taking away from anything that's existing in that area. We've heard a lot tonight about the home shortage. The reality is that those people will have to eventually downsize. And so we need self-storage in order to support that transition. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the commissioners? Okay.
Yes, I have a question.
Thank you, Ms. O'Connor.
I'm just curious as to why this is restricted in use only to self-storage. Are there no other uses that would be appropriate?
Yes, ma'am. So we did look at multiple. From multifamily. We looked at student housing, and what came back was the traffic study, the traffic impact. That road is busy, and adding additional cars into that just did not make mathematical sense. We did speak to. We had a soft sketch review. The Kents have also spoke to DOT in the past. We've spoken to some of the other neighbors, and the reality is the traffic impact would be substantial. It would impact a whole lot more than just that particular area.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, if, those wishing to speak in opposition, you have up to 10 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Patricia Moore. I reside at 1707 West Combe Boulevard. I also own property on Corbin Road and Pine Needle Drive, property that will be directly impacted by your decision tonight. So I join with all of my Corbin Road and Pine Needle neighbors in opposition to this annexation. I think you received a cute little map that I drew for you with all their names on it and all of their signatures. And I will say, I'm sorry, Nick, most of them said they did not get a letter from you. So not all of them, but some said they didn't get information from that. And then when the storm helped us from meeting in person, it went online. And none of them said they got the information of the online meeting, the Zoom meeting. So their lack of participation was more for lack of knowledge than lack of interest. I know that I own 3 properties here. 2 of my properties are almost all of the subject property's northern boundary. I own 4117 Corbin Road, which is a half-acre vacant lot that joins the subject property, their proposed entrance. I also own 4129 Corbin Road that has 9.63 acres that begins with my 25-space mobile home park that is zoned RS30MH. Now, my mobile home park zoning ends at the city sewer line easement on the west side or the mobile home park side of the existing creek that runs through both my property and the land at 4115. My property continues with RS zoning, RS 30 acreage, and it continues to 4009 Pine Needle Drive, where I have 1.3 acres of RS zone land, which is a vacant lot. Now, I have to tell you in full disclosure, I am also the president of Moore and Beamer Incorporated. We actually own and manage a self-storage facility off of West Market Street in the Guilford College area. And I hope that my ownership of a self-storage facility on the other side of town helps you to realize that I am not opposed for self-storage facilities. Quite the opposite, my friend. I am all for self-storage facilities, but not on this property. Why? It's very simple. It is not the highest and best use of this property. Everyone knows that Greensboro needs affordable housing, and yet tonight, you are being asked to rezone commercial buildable housing property to commercial property. Where in the world is in your 2040 GSO's 2040 plan that we take away commercial property and take away residential property and add commercial, that we take away the opportunity to build houses and put in commercial? And thank you for the question, because I don't understand why this property is only limited to self-storage. And I think it's probably because the developer only does self-storage buildings. But you received, of course, let's go back and look at my map, your map, and let's look at that land. Okay. Thank you. If you will notice the property, the only landowners near our property that I was unable to talk to was the developer of the 16-lot subdivision that's to the south of the subject property. That 16-lot subdivision goes right into the subject property, of course. What goes beyond that? North of that, which is, of course, R30. North of that is my R30 land. And north of that is one of the neighbors' land who is interested in developing his R30 land. And guess where that ends up? That dead ends on Oaks Drive, which is the subdivision that Project Homestead did years ago. In other words, this whole continuous piece of land is available for development, and we would have not the road from the 16th lot, we have the road from Oaks Drive, and of course I have my 1 acre vacant land as well. This is available, developable land. Now, it can be argued that we've got 29 sitting there, but I'll tell you right now, I live on Cone, and I'm going to be honest with you. Cone's a lot worse because I've got the hospital traffic. At least on 29, you don't get every ambulance heading to Cone Hospital. And I just need to know, in a place where we need affordable housing, how in the world can we reach into the middle of a residential property and rezone it commercial? Now, look at this map, people. Do you see any other commercial property anywhere in the world around it? It is a spot zoning. Why? Because they just want to develop storage. I love storage. So what happens when you develop storage? I know a little bit about that. First of all, you've got to come in and clear cut everything there. Because if I know anything, I know that self-storage facilities are all about concrete, pavement, and what? Metal roofs. The land is totally concrete, paving, and metal roofs. Now, I have been assured that there will be some boundaries, and they are going to try to leave some trees. But they're going to try to put in 6 buildings there, and I just heard tonight they're probably going to try to keep that to around 500 units. But still, my friends, a storage facility is being asked to be put in the middle of a residential neighborhood and already zoned residential land. I laughed a little bit about the other zoning, about people sitting on their back porches and they're looking out. My neighbors are going to sit on their back porches and watch U-Hauls go by and hear the noise from that. I don't understand how, when we need housing, that you would reach inside an established community and make it commercial for only one purpose. I know that the property on the east side of this creek has a highway business zoning, and I understand that we could probably put those, that self-storage there. But no, they want to put it in the residential area. I can tell you one thing about self-storages and affordable housing. Almost every week, I receive a call from somebody begging and crying for a house in my mobile home park. I hear that almost every week. Do you know what I don't hear? I do not hear one person call me at my self-storage facility begging and crying for a self-storage unit. Now, if you have the opportunity to help us develop at some point down the road, all of the community, a housing subdivision, please, please, don't stick a commercial zoning in everybody's backyard and eliminate the possibility of more zoning. You're going to harm the platted property already there. The 16 plots there, you're going to harm them, and you're going to harm future development if you put one commercial piece of zoning right in the middle of this residential property. I thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Now we have the rebuttal from the applicant.
Chair Maggot, there is someone online who'd like to speak.
Oh, there is someone online?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Paul
we only
Whitaker.
have 14 seconds, so they could start speaking, and then during the rebuttal, they could add.
Yep.
We can let them come again. So,
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Ms. Wade.
Okay. My home is like right at the dead end before all of that action is going to start. I totally agree with that first speaker.
would you tell us your address, please?
4101 Country Pine Lane.
Thank you.
And I got notified last
Ms.
week.
Wade, you've got like 5 seconds, and so there is a rebuttal period after, but just wanted
Yes.
to make you aware of that.
Yes.
Okay. I'm just against it. I mean, commercial, no. Residential, yes. And I just got notified of the meeting this week, and
Yes.
this was the first that I heard of it.
Thank
But
you.
that's
Ms.
what I had to
Wade, we will let you go first in the rebuttal, okay, for the opposition. Thank you. Now we'll hear from the applicant. 5 minutes. Please
Thank
give
you,
your name
Commissioner.
and address.
Nicholas Riggins, address 12908 Pumpkin Way Drive, Mint Hill, North Carolina 28227. What I love about that flag and what I love about this process is that other neighbors do not get to dictate what the owner wants to do with their property. That's what makes us unique to the rest of the globe. I do understand the need for housing. Mr. Kent does understand, but I started with 18 years. I've only known Mr. Kent 2 years, him and his brother. The owner who spoke earlier has had her property for 20 plus years and has known the owner, and no one has made a suggestion for anything different. What I have shared with my client and what I will share with this, we're here for the best interest of the client. That is the only reason why we're here. We have no desire to bring in, we don't even do rezoning. We only zone what is appropriate for that particular area, our company. The reason why we're here is because the Kents want out. What we heard from our client is, commission save us, come in, make this residential. What we haven't had is who's going to cover the costs and the taxes for maintaining this property. Mr. Kent has shared with me, he does not want, he shared with her earlier, he does not want his children to inherit the same headache he has inherited. This is a painful conversation. His dad died. They had to fight probate at that time. Do you know who the neighbor was at that time? Who did not step in to purchase the property in big residential? Who is now protesting the idea that we would put commercial in the middle to add in infrastructure and reduce the traffic impact? I'll pause, and I would just say that and repeat to you all, we're only here for the best interest of our client. I've told my client from the very beginning, the moment it doesn't make sense, we're out, and I can deliver bad news if it makes sense all day. I do not understand, and I do not like the tone that someone would bring to a private citizen's ownership of their property and what they choose to do with it in an effort to corral the group, and they've had 20 years to do so. Mr. Kent has told me he didn't have 20 years. Oh, one more thing. I have 2 words. Let me just clarify something. The ownership, the 81 went out to owners. That paper that she has would have to say whether that person is an owner or a renter. If you're not the owner, you're not going to be on the deeds. You're not going to receive the letter. The letters that we send out, we receive from the city. So therefore, we're only mailing letters to people who are on the deed. I would have the person check that list to see if that person actually owns the property. If they don't own the property, unfortunately, we don't have that list. It's not required that we go door to door. We followed the procedure as required. The only people that showed opposition were the 2 people that were here today. How did they get the notice and all 81 people did not? And how did the 81 people that we targeted the first time get targeted twice and they still did not show up, but yet there are signatures of people who disagree, and then we have a person on the phone? That's 1. Now we've increased our number to less than 3%.
Thank you very much. We'll now proceed. Oh, would you like to say something?
18 years. I'm for people having housing too, but 18 years, nobody's wanted to build a house next to a mobile home park or a 4-lane highway. And I really don't see people really wanting to buy. I can't find anybody that would want to build a division next to a 4-lane highway and a mobile home park. This is the best use of the property. I'd like my children not to have to deal with this. So that's it.
Thank you very much. Now we'll hear a rebuttal in opposition. We have up to 5 minutes. Let's go back to Ms. Wade online, please. We could make her aware. And can she turn her her video on?
Yes, Ms. Wade, can you please turn your camera on?
All right, I think it's on. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, I'm good. I've said enough. I don't mean to choose how someone should sell their property, but I'm just saying, as a new homeowner there, as 2019, those was one of the things that I never expected to be involved with, is a commercial building next to my home. That's it.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that wants to speak in opposition? Please state your name and address.
Patricia Moore, 1707 West Cone Boulevard. I want to apologize if my tone sounded angry or condescending. I never meant for it to be that way. It's just that the neighbors and I are so concerned about having a self-storage facility. When Nick brought to us the possibility that there might be some student housing there, we were all excited about that because it was housing. That fell through. And then, of course, the developers came to me to try to get me to purchase the land from them so they could go on down the way. And I did object. I did not choose to do that. I wasn't in the developing mood that day. I'm sorry. What the neighbors that surround the property are simply saying, this is residential land. And to develop this land, they will have to go through the Army Corps of Engineers. They will have to get permission to put a bridge across the stream. And, you know, there is some expense to that. I apologize if I came off a little strong. All I'm saying is that the highest and best use for this property is residential. And by putting one piece of commercial property in the middle of all of this residential land harms anyone who wants to come in and do a subdivision. I understand these are hard decisions, but this will kill off the 16-lot subdivision, and it will certainly harm anyone else. I will not be a developer of my own property, but someday someone will be. Our neighborhood deserves to remain residential, and I thank you for your consideration tonight.
Thank you very much. Okay, now, without further objection, I'm going to close the public meeting. And let's open this to any discussion. Are we ready to make a motion? Okay. Can someone make a motion, please? I will entertain a motion.
And of course, its first motion is for annexation.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Kirkman. Would someone? Okay.
I'd like to make a motion that we annex property case number 2 PLP 25-05 and 25. Am I on the right thing? Yeah. And 25-02-004 into the city limits.
Seconded. Excuse me, seconded.
Thank you, Mr. Gilmore, and thank you, Mr. Nichols. All right, so we will take a vote now. All those in favor, raise your arm and signify by saying aye. 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 All those opposed? Thank you. That passed 8-1. Now we need a motion for the zoning, please.
Chair, if I may, just want to clarify. There was one vote I didn't quite catch.
8-1.
Commissioner Peterson?
Ms. O'Connor voted no.
Okay, Mr. Peterson was in favor.
I was just trying to make sure I didn't quite see
Yes.
his hand. Sorry, y'all.
Okay, now we need a motion for the property.
Commissioner Peterson, item Z-25-02-004. The Greensboro Planning and Zoning Commission believes that its action is to recommend a denial of this original zoning request for the property of 4115 Corbin Road from county RS40 to residential single to city CD-CM-M conditional district commercial medium to be inconsistent with the adopted GSO 2040 comprehensive plan. Considers action taken to be reasonable and in the public's best interest for the following reasons. The request is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, future built form map, and future land use map. The proposed city CD-C-M zoning district, even as conditioned, does not negatively impact or adjacent properties, nor does it permit uses that fit the context of the surrounding area. The request is not reasonable due to the size, physical condition, and other attributes of the area. It will be a detriment to the neighbors and surrounding community, and denials is in the public's best interest.
So let me just remind you,
I think Mr. Gilmore has a question. I'm sorry, he's raising his hand.
We just, excuse me, I'm a little confused here. We just annexed this into the city. So why would we recommend a zoning against it?
So we were just discussing it. The question before the commission on the annexation is whether or not the city is able to effectively serve that property. So theoretically, the commission could recommend that and maybe have a different recommendation on the zoning. The council will have to take an action in that case for both. There's no, because where you can't annex a property and then not have city zoning a part of that, to answer your question, is where that would go. So I guess that's the clarification back to the commission to whether or not to reconsider the annexation if you're not going to support the zoning, or you're welcome to split that as you've done.
So wait. So you're saying that you can't do one without the other, because I guess I see it as
Ultimately, they are really tied together. The annexation question is whether or not to bring it into the city's jurisdiction, and that we can provide city services to it, which I think the commission through their vote has said yes.
Mm-hmm.
However, if you bring something into the city's jurisdiction, you've got to be able to assign city zoning to it. So I guess that's Mr. Gilmore's question about if you're going to deny, and we don't know that. Obviously, it's just a motion that's coming to the floor.
But
go ahead.
But if it's annexed, right, and it's already zoned residential,
That's in the county. That's not a city zoning.
Oh, right.
Yeah, that's the whole point here is that
So
we
you
don't have
to
jurisdiction right
decide.
now.
Got
Yeah.
it.
Mhm.
Okay.
I'd like to second Mr. Peterson's motion.
so we have a motion by Mr. Peterson and second by Ms. O'Connor, and this is for denial. So all those in favor of the denial?
I'm just not satisfied with that. I don't feel good about it. In fact, I feel guilty because
Mr. Gilmore, can you get a little closer to the microphone?
Yeah, I'm a little upset because I didn't have more discussion on it with this property sitting close to a highway. So
I agree, and you know, I'm not going to vote in favor of the denial, and there may be other members on the commission that feel that way.
Madam Chair, could we open up a discussion among ourselves to share? Do you want to share something, Commissioner Gilmore, or is that okay with Chair?
Well, if you're going to vote for a denial, I'd like to hear the reasoning from the people who want to vote for a denial. So let's see how many members. Can we do that, Mr.
Chair Maggot, I would encourage you to have your discussion before the vote and perhaps hear equally from anybody who plans to vote to deny or approve as they wish to speak.
right, because it's not required that we provide any reason.
I mean, that's the thing. It really is up to the individual member how much they want to say at this point.
Okay, well then at this point, a motion has been made for denial and seconded. So I think I would advise that we vote on this.
I would be inclined to agree, Chair Maggot, but again, if there are folks who do want to make further statement in the course of discussion, I think y'all are certainly welcome to do that. It's just a question of whether anybody does.
Okay. All right, so is there anyone else from the commission that would like to say something before we take this vote?
Yes. Normally, you don't have a development sitting on a major highway. So that's probably why nobody was interested in the property for residential, just to be truthful with you. So I understand the pros and cons, but that's just the way it is. Nobody wants to buy property sitting on the interstate. So that was my thinking. And I have been in development probably since back in the early 90s, working with developers and working in it. It's not done like that. So I would suggest, I would be more inclined to make it commercial because it is on the interstate. And you don't have residential development sitting on interstates. Thank you.
I have a question can I ask a question of our attorney or Mr. Kirkman, if possible? So, say if the votes, say if this goes to city council, and the commission agrees to deny this request, then what's city council's position? Do they have to decide at that point?
Ultimately, the commission is making recommendations, so it's
Right.
not a final action on
Got
that. So city council would basically have that same conversation as to whether or not it made sense, both from being able to provide the services as well as that the particular land use that's being requested on there. And we have run into this before. We have made sure the council, whatever action they take, both of those things would be up or down, basically. So they would be able to have the conversation, take your recommendation, whatever that is, into consideration, and then ultimately they make that decision.
Okay. So I guess the way it was framed by Mr. Peterson, I mean, the commission can still vote, one way or the other. I'm assuming there may be more votes than not for, denial of. So I would guess, and I could be wrong, that there could be, I don't know. I think it's a negative. Sometimes it's hard for your brain to figure out which way you want to vote, but I would think there's probably more votes to vote in favor ultimately of this request, but I'm speaking for myself and a guesstimation.
So that's why I was saying, please remember that this is a denial motion. So with a denial motion, if you vote in favor, you are in favor of denying this.
That's correct.
If you are voting against it, you are in favor of not wanting the denial. So if you don't want the denial, you vote no.
Yes.
Because it's a denial, because this is a denial.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
you vote no if you are in favor of this. If you're against this, then you vote aye, yes. Okay? Because it's a denial. So since it's denial, I will ask those who are voting for the denial, raise your hand with an aye.
Could we do a roll call vote, perhaps, Chairman?
Okay.
That might be the easiest thing.
Okay, we will do that. And I will start on my right. Ms. Turner.
I vote aye.
So for the denial. Okay. And Mr. Downing.
Aye, denial.
For the denial. And Mr. Peterson.
You made the motion.
You made.
Denial.
That's a denial. And Ms. O'Connor.
Aye for the denial.
For the denial. And Ms. Magid. Yay. No.
Okay.
No for the denial.
So no to
And Ms. Keynes.
No for denial.
Okay. And Ms. Glass.
Aye.
Okay. And Mr. Gilmore.
I'm confused.
So it's aye if you want to deny it, and no if you don't.
I'm voted no.
Okay, no.
Guess what, the motion by Mr.
Thank you,
So whichever way
Mr.
it
Gilmore.
be recorded.
And Mr. Nichols?
No.
No. So that's 5-4.
It's like 5-4 in favor of the denial.
In favor of the
We're all on
denial.
the same page there. Okay.
Okay, so in that.
I'd like to make one comment. And this is why years ago it was requested that we not make motions in denial, that everything be in the affirmative, and then you know what you're voting on.
Yeah, I have to look at where the denial. I need a denial.
So, Madam Chair, may I make a small comment if that's okay?
Just to be clear, procedurally, the commission has made recommendations. This goes automatically on to the March City
So
Council.
this constitutes a denial, favorable recommendation.
It's a
not
recommendation of denial.
It's a recommendation of denial and is subject to a public hearing on Tuesday, March 18th, 2025 City Council meeting. Yes. Mr. Downing, is
I'm
this
just
a
gonna make
burning need?
One small comment is that I do understand the situation with the gentleman, and there may be some resources or some help to kind of mitigate whatever the property issues are. I don't know the tax aspects, but I think there are multiple options to explore, just so that this doesn't put them in a bad position financially. We do understand that, but we're also looking at the overall landscape of that particular area. So that's all I wanted to say.
Right, and thank you. All right, and we will now move on to the next case. Thank you so much for staying for so long, and thank you for coming. All right, the next case that we are going to be in the regular agenda is item PLP 25-07 and Z25-02-006, an annexation and original zoning request for County AG Agricultural to City CDR5, Conditional District Residential Single Family 5, for the property identified as 8218 Ballard Road and 8102 and 8106 and 8106 ZZ Leabourn Road, generally described as west of Leabourn Road and north of Ballard Road, 28.11 acres, and item PLP 25-07 and Z2502-007, an annexation and original zoning request for County AG Agricultural to City R5 Residential Single Family 5 for the properties identified as a portion of Leabourn Road right-of-way, generally described as northwest of Ballard Road and southwest of Brinewood Drive, 2.2 acres. So we have the zoning and the right-of-way.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Maggie. This is the zoning map of the subject property, showing that in total for the annexation request, you're looking at 30.33 acres. So there are three elements to this request. There's the annexation for areas within the right-of-way and the privately owned property. The privately owned property has a case number of Z-25-02-006. The rezoning request there, or the original zoning request there, is to go from county agricultural to city CDR5. Within the rights-of-way of Ballard Road and Leabourn Road, and there's actually a little portion of Leabourn Road extension that you see included in that as well, that has a case number of Z-25-02-007. And the original zoning request there is to go from county agricultural to city R5. The reason for conditions, not for the straight rezoning, is that conditions cannot be in the right-of-way. So the annexation would take in all of that land. Straight rezoning would just be for the right-of-way area. All right. Yes.
Thank you for that clarity.
You're welcome. So north of this request, you will notice that it is zoned county agricultural. East of the request are zoned county agricultural and county RS40. South of the request is zoned county agricultural and city CDR5. And west of the request is zoned county CZ RPD, which is conditional zoning rural preservation district. This is the aerial map of the subject property, showing that it contains single-family dwellings and a little bit of undeveloped land and rights-of-way. North, south, and west of the request contain single-family dwellings and undeveloped land, and east of the request is contains residential single-family dwellings. This is an image of the subject property. This is the southeastern portion of the road along, of the property along Leabourn Road. And this is the southwestern portion of the subject property as seen from Ballard Road. This is a single-family dwelling located northeast of the request on Brinewood Drive, zoned County RS40. And this image shows an agricultural use and power transmission lines located east of the request, zoned County RS40. This image shows single-family dwellings that are located east of the request on Liebern Road Extension, zone County Agricultural. This image shows the residential, a single-family dwelling located south of the request. I'm sorry, I got off my slides here. This one is a single-family dwelling located east of the request on Liebern Road Extension. These are single-family dwellings on Brinewood Drive. This is the single-family subdivision that is under construction on Liebern Road, zone City, CDR5. This is a single-family dwelling located south of the request on Coode Road and Ballard Road, zone County Agricultural. This is a single-family dwelling located south of the request on Ballard Road, zoned County Agricultural. This is undeveloped land on Ballard Road, zoned County Agricultural. And this is an example of the single-family dwellings that are located west of the request on Ballard Road, zoned County CZRPD. And these are common elements in the power transmission lines that you saw on the other side of the property, located west of the request, zoned County CZRPD. This view is facing southwest on Liebern Road. The subject property is on the right. That's for the private property request. And then subject property for the road right-of-way is this stretch of Liebern Road. This is facing north on Coode and Liebern Road. It actually changes names at this intersection. The subject property for 06, this is the private property, is on the left, and then the subject property is the road right-of-way here. And this is facing east on Ballard Road. The subject property for 06 is on the right, and then this includes a portion of the subject property for the straight rezoning. And this is facing east on Ballard Road. The subject property is on the left. And again, this portion of Ballard Road is the straight rezoning portion. This is the condition that has been proposed by the applicant. And in recommending approval of this request, the GSO, or staff notes that the GSO 2040 comprehensive plan designates this site as an ex-urban on the future built form map. If annexed, the designation would change to urban general. The future land use map references the Western Area Plan, and the Western Area Plan designates the subject properties as agricultural. However, many of the assumptions regarding land use made in the Western Area Plan have not come to fruition. The proposed original zoning request supports both the comprehensive plan's filling in our framework big idea to arrange our land uses for where we live, work, attend school, shop, and enjoy our free time to create a more vibrant and livable Greensboro, and the Creating Great Places goal to expand Greensboro's citywide network of unique neighborhoods offering residents of all walks of life a variety of quality housing choices. The proposed CDR5 zoning district as conditioned and the R5 area within the right-of-way permit uses that are similar to existing uses in the surrounding area. The proposed request also reflects changes in land use patterns and the addition of public infrastructure to this area since the adoption of the Western Area Plan. With that, I can answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Do we have any questions at this point? Okay, if the applicant would come forward, you have up to 10 minutes. Please give us your name and address.
You see it? It's right
Yes, please get your.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Tom Terrell, 230 North Elm Street. Sorry, if we could. I appreciate you. 230 North Elm Street, representing Pulte Home Company. Here tonight from Pulte is Mr. George Price. Great to work with. Professional engineer Dion Brown with Davenport Engineering and Brent Neeson, professional engineer on the civil side with McAdam. They are here as my backup team in case I can't answer the questions. Mr. Downing earlier tonight used the phrase good progress. I wrote it down. I like that very much. It's obviously a broad umbrella in which a lot of types of use of progress can come. But I think you will see that this is among the many types of uses that would fall in that category. Unlike many of the housing projects that, in fact, I have represented and others, this is actually just single-family homes. It's a very small tract of land that has a little bit to do with the economics of it. The limitation is for 90 units, but the site plan is just for 70. And you wonder why you have that discrepancy. It's a 3-year lag between entitlement and build-out. And this, they don't know what the interest rates are, the cost of materials, the cost of labor, any of these things, customer preferences. So this gives some flexibility. Now, this area has been converting to subdivisions for a few decades. This is not something that is new. It's a half a mile from the closest part of the airport. Even with my aging arm, I could take a couple of rocks and hit the Cameron campus just to the east. It's squeezed between some other subdivisions. It's got light industrial just to the east. And most importantly, the city is putting a 24-inch sewer line to the west of this site. If the property owners were here, this is exactly what they would say. Everybody else has been converting their land that we used to have mules and plows on. They've been converting it to something that's a subdivision. It's our turn for that logical use. This is what the sketch plan is right now. It shows connectivity. This is probably what will be done. I show you this. This is from the staff report because directly across the street is a CD R5. It's the exact same zoning district as this applicant is requesting, but it's for a much larger tract than what Pulte is asking for. This just shows that there's some right-of-way that comes in with it. If there is any one image that shows just about everything, up in the upper left-hand corner, you will see the tract. And it's literally a half a mile, as you can see, from airport property. It's next to that ribbon of highways, and in the lower right-hand corner is the runway itself. This is not an area that is to be preserved for farmland. This image shows actually three things. It shows that it's the area in red is squeezed between existing subdivisions. It shows all the subdivisions that have been growing to the west. And there are two large tracts below that. The largest tract, the second tract down, was rezoned recently and annexed. This zoning commission recommended it unanimously. That's also a Pulte subdivision. It has not gone to final plat approval, but there are 340 units approved right there. They would be making use of that 24-inch sewer line. This is the trend in this area. A little clearer view of the existing subdivisions to the east and west. The Cameron campus. As I said, two stone throws. There might have been a time in my life I could have hit it in one throw. That time is long gone. But you see, I'm very proud that I represented GTCC when that was rezoned several years ago. I stole this from Ms. Brown's traffic study. because she has access to Google Maps, apparently, that show the very recent completion of the light industrial tracks that are just to the east at that ribbon of highways. I have to talk about the Western Area Plan briefly because we missed every single target. You want to talk about how poor your crystal balls are for things like this. If you sum up the residential recommendation, it's that my subdivision is great, but everybody else should be a farmer out here. We say essentially that, and then we have a picture of a couple of people out growing vegetables in their side yard, selling them on a little fruit stand table at the farmer's market, and that's our way of saying that large tracts worth hundreds of thousands of dollars could be used as agriculture for highest and best use if the imbalance is palpable. But the Western Area Plan occurred before I-73 was finished. It was pre-urban loop. It was before we spent $200 million on the airport. It was pre-Boom, pre-Marshall Aerospace, pre-Toyota, pre-housing crisis, etc. I saved this. I've used it before, actually, but I saved this from the Triad Business Journal because this is not a Greensboro issue. It is a Carolina core issue because of all the jobs coming our way. That was 6 months ago. This is from last Friday's High Point Enterprise. Area housing not matching growth. It is a very present conversation. This is from the Rhino Times last Thursday. City manager is launching an effort here in Greensboro, and it's called The Road to 10,000. Addressing that housing problem can't be done in one project. It is something that is done project at a time. You approved unanimously an 8-unit project at Pisgah and Willoughby earlier tonight. Not that my opinion matters. I thought that was a very good vote. But the important thing is even an 8-unit project addresses this issue. Here, 70 to 90 is another way to begin addressing this issue, and in the aggregate, we are getting there. So I'm glad to answer any questions that you have, but otherwise we'll sit down.
Any questions from the commission? Thank you, Mr. Terrell. Next, we will hear from anyone speaking in opposition. As a group, you have 10 minutes, and we have a few people listed here. Kate Jillick, Jeremiah Schultz, I'm sorry, and Cheryl McIver.
Hi, can I start now?
Please
Hi.
give us your name and address.
My name is Catherine Julick. I live at 4105 Ballard Farm Road in Colfax. I live in the subdivision that was shown in the slides that had that had a house pictured. And I am here to express my opposition and those of my neighbors' opposition to this development. Contrary to what Mr. Terrell has just said, this is not good progress. He did reference that this is a rural preservation district, and that's important to the residents of our community. This proposal for the annexation and rezoning is premature. It violates the Guilford County and the Greensboro 2024 land use codes. It's inconsistent with the future land use map. The area is designated as, quote, an area to preserve in the County Comprehension Plan of 2023, which reads, quote, the area to preserve includes natural and environmentally sensitive areas, agricultural lands, rural communities, and historic properties. For Guilford County, these locations include natural areas, open spaces, forested areas, and rural viewsheds that have started to experience developmental pressures from municipal expansion and growth. According to the county, Guilford County has seen a drop in protected lands. Forested land decreased by nearly 9% between 2001 and 2019. Agricultural land decreased by nearly 12% in that same time period. We need to save these forested lands for what remains. Hundreds of acres have been lost on Coode and Leabourn Road to apartments and industrial sites in the past years. Mr. Terrell's screens showed that. You could see where he referenced there were 340 homes being built by Pulte. There were these proposed 90 homes. There's a Dillon Ridge, which was that naked stretch of land that was red with the cliff, as well across from Leabourn Road. Also, this does not limit negative impacts on adjacent properties. Rather, it does the opposite. We have not been provided any information on the watershed, any environmental impact study, or how will it impact our community well. Our community well is located at the front of the neighborhood. This proposal will back right into it. It will cut down all the trees that we use for vegetation, for drainage. Everything we learned about ecosystems in 5th grade, essentially, is what these trees and this land protects. On Friday, February 14th, we got a proposal with a line saying that the sewer would probably come through the middle of our neighborhood. I'm sorry I don't have a fancy display, but what I do have is a printout that shows a red line that goes smack through the middle of our neighborhood, which is natural area. That's our drainage. That keeps our streets from flooding. That watershed flows into the Reedy Creek. There's a creek right behind our neighborhood. There are 2 creeks and watersheds in our neighborhood, and that creek goes directly into the Reedy Creek area. That would require, with this sewer going through the middle of our neighborhood, a 20-foot easement that would cut down trees over 80 feet tall. We have hundreds of trees in our neighborhood. It's what makes our neighborhood special, and it's something that we want to preserve. The other reason is that this is unreasonable is due to the size and physical condition and other attributes of the area. This is a rural area that is being grossly overdeveloped. There are already hundreds of apartments under construction near completion within a quarter mile of this proposed location, or as Mr. Terrell said, within a stone's throw. This is within a half a mile. There's a proposed development of over 340 homes, and the Dillon Ridge development is across the street. What this is not is anything that will benefit us. The person and what benefits here is not our neighborhood. It is not the city of Greensboro. It is not a need for homes out in this area. Those have already been identified, that we have 340 coming up down the street. There are apartments. There are 2 sets of apartments across Highway 68, and there are apartments at the end of the road across from GTC where those are being developed. These homes that are proposed to be 90 homes in code CDR5 at 5 units per acre or 2.47 homes per acre. This area of the county is rural and consists of lots that are on average 3/4 of an acre each per single home. Your board statement earlier was that the council adopt responsible and reasonable growth, and this proposal is not that. This proposal profits Pulte, the landowners, and the sale of these acres. This is not in the public interest. It's not in the interest of our neighborhood, and we ask that you please respectfully decline this proposal. Thank you.
I have a question for the speaker. You talked about, and the thing that's displayed on our screen right now, it shows at the bottom of the photo your Ballard Community Well.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you saying, I'm not sure what I heard. Were you saying that you rely on the trees and the other greenery that's on the adjacent property to?
I'm not an expert in watershed in any kind of fashion.
I'm not either.
What I did this afternoon, I learned of this picture this morning around 10 o'clock. So I took the afternoon off and I took pictures of our well. This is our well house. I don't know how to, I'm sorry, this is not advanced.
Turn it, yeah, thank you.
This is our well house. It's at the top of the street. And so the project that's being proposed is to have it back up right here to these trees. all of these trees would, we most likely assume, be gone. And these trees are forming part of our vegetation barrier, filtering out sediment, dirt, chemicals. You know, we assume that the people who build this neighborhood will, it's being proposed for 3,200 to 3,600 square feet homes at a $600,000 value. These people are going to care about their property. They're going to want to maintain their yards and make sure that their yards are green. They're going to spray with chemicals to have the mosquito man come so they can look out on their nice green yard. They're going to hire True Green to spray, to put chemicals in to kill the nature that's then going to seep into the land that our well is from.
Thank you. I was just curious about how you were referencing the adjacent lot, cleaning.
And this is a, I don't know what this is, but it's behind our well. I assume it's something related to the well. And then these are the trees that are directly behind, that are being proposed to cut down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks for hearing us tonight.
Wait, one minute, please. One minute, please.
And this is a quick one for Ms. Julich. So if I heard you correctly, I believe you said that this project is premature.
Yes.
Is it your position that someday this project will be appropriate, but today is not that day, or this project will never be appropriate?
I think at this point in time, for the information that we have, it's certainly premature based on the development that is going on around us and the lack of infrastructure that's in place. At a later date, that might change, but for right now, that infrastructure is not there. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jeremiah Schultz. I live at 8236 Ballard Road. If you look at the main Ballard Farms neighborhood, I'm in that neighborhood, but technically I'm one road down. If you ever look at the map, and there's 3 houses there, and my wife occupied the first house. Just to follow on to what Kate was saying, is I think you have to view this in the broader context of the other developments going on. So if you look at the map here, right, this red line goes to, this red line gets to the middle of our neighborhood. There's also the proposed sewer line that we're still trying to work out, and we've asked repeatedly what this means, and this is our bigger concern, quite frankly, in this overall development. If you see this dashed blue line, is I'm assuming that's a sewer line that are going to hook into. This blue line, if you keep taking it off the page this way, runs through our nature trail. So they've come out, surveyed it, they've tagged it. Understand our nature trail is the only walking area anywhere in this. There's no sidewalks on Ballard, right? So this is a 3/4, almost 0.9 mile, I run it quite often, neighborhood gravel trail that runs behind, and it runs directly next to Reedy Creek. And that's the concern. So we've repeatedly requested, what do these tags mean? Are you saying you have to take half these trees out? And our nature trail, we've been provided no information. That request has gone via our attorney into the Pulte office attorneys, Mr. Terrell. So that is the backdrop of this and why we are here, because the 340 unit development off Coode, right, the high density housing one, basically, this same meeting happened whenever that was. Then we got the letters about, oh, this means we have to bring a sewer line through your common area property. And so we feel a little bit like, well, wait a minute, we have the rezoning meeting, people don't go, there's a little sign somewhere, right, and we're more than half a mile from where that property development is. Then we get the notification that, oh, we have to build a sewer line through, you might have to take out your nature trail. So that's why we're here today, because we don't know what else is going to come up, and we really feel like the infrastructure, I wish I would have 2 minutes, the infrastructure should really be defined first so everybody understands what we're doing. And the other thing I want to avoid is the straw man argument that Mr. Terrell made, that it's either, you know, fruits on a back of a pickup truck, rural farmland, or it's our 5.2 units per acre, right, 5 units per acre housing, right? This whole area is septic and well. It has always been septic and well. That's how it was designed. That's what's in the Western Area Development Plan. And so these zoning requests, it's like they put the cart before the horse, right? Let's go get the units, let's get it rezoned, and then it's a circular reference. And say, well, we got to build the sewer line because the property's been rezoned. So we're not anti-growth. We understand that we live in a neighborhood that was developed right there. What we're saying is that we want growth that's consistent with the rest of the area. Septic and well, low density, that's what this area was supposed to be all along. And the sewer line is a big problem with that and with our nature trail. And that's the crux of our question is we really feel like, I only have a minute, but your own documents say we're growth tier 3, ex-urban, I think it's called. This is the area where growth, annexation, extension of public facilities is anticipated beyond 12 years, and where premature, fragmented, leapfrog, or inefficient development shall be discouraged by the city and the county. Excuse me. Annexations will be discouraged until further complement of city services can be efficiently provided. That's not the case here. The red sewer line here, this dotted line's not there yet. The infrastructure's not there. We're still trying to work that out on the other end, so I feel like this entire thing is a big leapfrog. The other thing is the report says that it was submitted from water and sewer that says the infrastructure is available, which is what I don't understand. How does the report for this rezoning request say the infrastructure is available when the sewer line is not there? But I'm not an attorney. Mr. Terrell can probably answer these questions. We're just trying to find out the information so we understand what it means. We're being asked to agree to things we don't understand. We're not getting any information. Thank you.
To respond to that last question, the information that we have under the annexation request is from the city planning, and they have indicated that it's available as a 24-inch sewer line, 1,100 feet from the subject property. So we cannot even consider a property for annexation unless the city has said, yes, it's viable, and they have provided us the documentation saying it's viable. So that's kind of where we are in your question.
Can I ask a follow-up? Does that mean that it's already there, because that's what the document says, or does that mean it's planned and is still being worked out?
It's available.
It's available. Well, I don't, we could pull the map up again, but if you run that red line through, that's why I guess the blue line's dotted, because there's nothing there. That's the issue. That's actually the line we're worried about as well, right? I mean, the red one goes through the middle of the neighborhood, but the blue one's on the trail, and neither one of those are built.
Can I answer your question a little bit or ask to that, or is that not appropriate?
Defer to y'all, Chair Maggot. If you want to move forward to the rebuttal period.
Yes, I would like to move forward to the rebuttal. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Is this your pen?
No, let me make sure on my phone. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Definitely. We'll now move to the rebuttal from the applicant. You'll have 5 minutes.
I want to clarify one thing and respond to 3 or 4 others. We were told at a neighborhood meeting that this land was reserved as a rural preservation district, as though that there was some type of special designation. So we looked into that, and it turns out that was just the name of the county zoning at the time. There was nothing reserving it or protecting it for environmental purposes. It was actually a form of clustering, and this is why they have water, community water and septic, so that they could put their lots a bit closer together. At that neighborhood meeting, I said, if you would like follow-up on the utilities, send me your email. So we got emails from 5 people, and all 5 of those people got information on the potential sewer lines and their well. And what we showed them, it was 2-scale engineered calculations that the probable location for the sewer line is 900 feet to the north, 900 feet, and then it will be buried beneath the ground, versus their own septic system. Their community septic system is 140 feet just north of and apart from their community well. So if there's an issue, it would be their septic system and not a sewer line. You heard this described as 5 units per acre. No, it's R5 with a limitation on the density. The proposed site plan is 2.49 units per acre. The maximum that it could be would be 3.2. And growth tier 3 becomes growth tier 1 when you have water and sewer supplied to it. That's the critical difference. Your staff can explain that. That 24-inch line, sewer line, has been engineered. The location has been identified. There are 16 properties that have been part of the discussions of acquiring the easements for that. So I would consider that to be, it's not in the ground yet, but it is, it will be available long before this property comes in for development and to tap in.
Thank you. And I'd just like to say something that, you know, I think we're getting a field here and we're getting off topic. And the reasons we are here is to determine land use. And we're getting into sewer and the location of sewage, you know, pipes and so forth. So could you help us,
I
please?
appreciate you, Chair Magid. Certainly want to give Attorney Terrell a chance to respond to some of what was heard.
Yes.
But, yeah, I mean, ultimately, you know, we are here to look at reasonable use of the property and concern yourselves with the, you know, the characteristics of it and the impact on surrounding lands. So if we can center the conversation there, I think that would be helpful.
And Mr. Kirkman, this would occur at all of these concerns happen after we determine the land use when it goes to TRC and so forth. And I mean, we're treading on territory or concerns here that I'm concerned that we're treading on.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, this is going to be addressed as part of site plan review to make sure that all services are available, can be extended appropriately, and meet all city standards. And that's not just water, sewer. We're talking about fire, solid waste, all the other things that we provide as a city would have to be verified as part of any subdivision review. We wouldn't approve any plans that did not have those services available at the city standards.
And you're saying that would happen after our land determination?
Yes, I think we've gotten the response that Technical Review Committee, which is the departments have reviewed this, feel like this is able to move forward with annexation. That information has been provided to you. So the city has said, yes, we think all services can be provided as appropriate to annex the property.
And you've advised us that it's available, that it will be available at that point.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you very much. I just wanted to make certain we stayed in the center and we didn't get off topic. Thank you so much. Now I'd like to hear any rebuttal from the opposition.
Yes, thank you. We didn't mean to steer into the sewer line. It's just, I'm reading on my phone, sorry. It says right here that that will be available. Thus, the entire findings of the document are based on that. And I guess, you know, again, I'm new to this, but I'm a little confused how we know that will be already available, since maybe Mr. Terrell could tell us how many of the 16 homeowners have already agreed to the terms that would grant the easement. Because we represent 5 of them, our attorney, and all those 5 are no, because nobody knows what this means. Again, we're not necessarily opposed to it. We want more information about what this means, and it's not being provided. That's our biggest hang-up with this process. So apologize for steering us to that.
No, thank you very
much. The document
you know,
is contingent upon that, I believe, if I read it correctly.
Yeah,
let me
if you want to reach out to staff, we can connect you with our Water Resources Department. They can probably explain that a little bit better than we could, and that's not our area of expertise either. They obviously contributed to the staff report for this particular topic.
Understood.
And
it feels a little assumptive being the ones that are on the other side of the argument right now. for where the sewer line's going and being notified that a sewer line was needed after the zoning request.
And that's why this evening we handed out a handout about the different departments, and we're working on this because we're concerned, that someone like you comes and brings forth this issue, and we don't redirect you to some place where maybe you can get some answers and so forth. So, thank you so much, as Mr. Kirkman and Mr. Deschamps.
I feel like I'm chewing up more time, but I guess I'm okay.
No,
The clock's paused.
No, we appreciate you coming.
Yeah.
We really do.
So again, I'm sensitive to the straw man argument that it's either this kind of highest low density housing zoning available or nobody wants the property developed. Hey, look, I'll speak personally. We moved in 2011 into the neighborhood. We liked the area. We would drive around. We'd see all this farmland. We thought, you know what? We know at some point this stuff's going to sell off and become neighborhoods. We were just thinking they were going to be neighborhoods, something similar to ours, right? Which is not a very fancy neighborhood, right? Or maybe we get lucky and it starts to look a little bit like Oak Ridge, but that was kind of the thinking. And now we see that no, what we're getting is townhomes, sewer line, and it's like, well, wait a minute. When did this was not? I don't think this was the intention. So again, I know I'm expanding out where I shouldn't, but it's just, I think in the broader context, we have to remember these things as to why we're here. Okay, I've said enough. Go ahead.
To speak back to the point then of the land use.
Just give us your name and address one more
I'm
time.
Kate Julich. To speak back to the land use and the point of the land, there seems to be a contention with whether or not it is rural. Right now it's county land. The county map, is this on? How do we do this?
We don't see anything. Okay. Oh, that's perfect. Thank you.
So right now this is county property, so that's what I could reference. So this is the county's guiding principles for this land, and this property is right in here, which is in the light blue shaded zone of areas to preserve. That's what we're asking that you do here. We don't profit from this. The broad community doesn't profit from this. This area is growing, and those housing needs have already been met there. There are hundreds of apartments coming on that street. There are 340 homes going up less than half a mile from where this wants to be. There's another 100 homes going across the street in the Leaborn-Coode curve. There doesn't need to be another 90 homes directly in this area. The home deficit is already addressed. There are plenty of apartments already there. There are plenty of high-end homes that are already there, that are already being built. So it is a rural area, and if this county and the city want to continue to protect areas for growth or for areas for rural preservation, as they have stated, then this is your opportunity to do that. The people who profit from this are not people who might come in and buy a $600,000 homes. The people who profit from this are the landowners and Pulte and all the builders and the attorneys and everybody else. The people who don't profit from this are those of us who have lived in this rural community. I have been there since 2008. We moved because we wanted to get out of the city. And we understand the city is now coming close to us. We have industrial sites. We have the fallout from that. We have the animals that come that have nowhere to eat and to get food and to drink from. They come into our neighborhood. Our neighborhood cares about the environment. We care about the rural aspect of the land, and we take effort to conserve it and preserve it. And that's what we're asking that you do in this instance, and deny the annexation and the rezoning for this. If there's a way that I know at the last project there was issue with the rezoning and the annexation. If this would be annexed, we would ask that it not be annexed and rezoned to such a high density. If it needs to be re-annexed, have homes with sewer and wells. Earlier, he mentioned that the sewers were going to have, the septics was going to have more damage. There's no septic near our well. They are hundreds of feet away. That's on purpose. we preserve what we have, and we're asking that you help us to do that by denying this request. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. So without further objection, we're going to close the public hearing and open this. Is there any discussion does anyone wish to say anything? Okay. So I will entertain a motion, please. Let's have someone else than Mr. Peterson. Give Mr. Peterson a rest, please. And first we're going to do the annexation. Oh, good.
I'm
Good.
just going to make one statement very quickly, is that this area is right near GTCC Cameron campus. Lots of economic development is happening. Housing is still going to be a very big need. We have confidence in the city that if this were to move forward, that the right infrastructure and engineering aspects will be handled appropriately. So I'm going to be supporting this, and I would love to do a motion.
Well, first we're going to do the annexation.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, and you can do it also. We'll
Madam
get you
Chair,
the paperwork for the annexation first, please.
I move that we annex the property PLP 25-07.
Thank you, and I need a second.
Commissioner Gilmer seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Downing and Mr. Gilmer. And now we will take a vote. All those in favor of this, please raise your arm and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? I'm just looking around. 9-0. And now we're going to need two zoning requests. So, Mr. Downing?
All right. Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion for agenda item Z25-02006. Right? Oh, okay. At 8218 Ballard Road and 8102, 8106, and 8106 ZZ Leaborn Road. The Greensboro Planning and Zoning Commission believes that its action to recommend approval of the original zoning request for the properties at 8218 Ballard Road and 8102 and 8106 and 8106 ZZ Leaborn Road from County AG Agricultural to City CDR 5 Conditional District Residential Single Family 5 to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan, and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the Comprehensive Plan's future built form map and future land use map. Number 2, the proposed city CDR 5 zoning district as condition permits uses that fit the context of the surrounding area and limits negative impact on the adjacent properties. Number 3, the request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It would benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Thank you, Mr. Downing and Mr. Peterson, for your second. Okay, now we're going to vote. All those in favor signify by raising your arm and saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? That passes 9-0. And we now have one more. This is the right-of-way portion. Thank you, Mr. Nichols.
You are welcome. So this is regarding Z-25-02-007, a portion of Leaborn Road right-of-way consistency statement by Planning and Zoning Commission. The Greensboro Planning and Zoning Commission believes that its action to recommend approval of the original zoning request for the property at a portion of Leaborn Road right-of-way from County AG, which is agricultural, to City R5 residential single-family 5, to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan, and considers the action taken to be reasonable in the public interest for the following reasons. 1, the request is consistent with the Comprehensive Plan's future built form map and future land use map. 2, the proposed City R5 zoning district permits uses that fit the context of the surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. And 3, the request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Commissioner Keith Peterson, our second.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols and Mr. Peterson, who has won an award tonight for his involvement. And now we will take a vote. All those in favor, please raise your arm and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes 9-0. Thank you so much. This approval constitutes a favorable recommendation and is subject to a public hearing at the Tuesday, March 18th, 2025 City Council meeting. And now we have a street closure, I believe.
We have one more.
Oh, we have one more rezoning? I'm sorry. On Edgemont, I'm sorry, I missed that. This is number 11? Okay. Item PLP 25-09 and Z25-02-011, an annexation and original zoning request from County RS 40 residential single family to City CDR 3 conditional district residential single family 3 for the property identified at 1138 Edgemont Road, generally described as south of Edgemont Road and east of Liberty Road, 4.3 acres. And thank you, Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Chair Maggot. This is the zoning map of the subject property, which contains approximately 4.4 acres and is located south of Edgemont Road and east of Liberty Road. This is an annexation and original zoning request from County RS 40 to City CDR 3. North of the request is zoned County RS 3. East, south, and west of the request are zoned County RS 40. This is the aerial map of the subject property, showing that the property is currently undeveloped. North of the request contains single-family dwellings. East of the request contains undeveloped land, and south and west of the request contains single-family dwellings. I will note that the majority of or a large portion of the property is actually underwater. There's a small portion of the property that is actually developable. This image is of the subject property as seen from Edgemont Drive. This image shows examples of the single-family dwellings located north of the request on Edgemont Road. I'm sorry, it's also on Edgemont Road, zoned County RS 3. This image is examples of the single-family dwellings located northeast of the request on Cherrydale Drive, zoned County RS 3. This image shows undeveloped land located east of the request on Edgemont Road, zoned County RS 40. This image shows undeveloped land and common elements located south of the request on Old Pegram Road, zoned County RS 40. And this image shows undeveloped land that is also located in common elements that are located south of the request on Old Pegram Road, zoned County RS 40. And this view is facing east on Edgemont Road. The subject property is located on the right. This view is facing west on Edgemont Road. The subject property is located on the left. This is the condition that was proposed by the applicant. And in recommending approval of this request, staff notes that the GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan designates the site as urban general on the future built form map and residential on the future land use map. The proposed original zoning request supports both the comprehensive plan's Creating Great Places goal to expand Greensboro's citywide network of unique neighborhoods, offering residents of all walks of life a variety of quality housing choices, and the filling in our framework big idea to arrange our land uses for where we live, work, attend school, shop, and enjoy our free time to create a more vibrant and livable Greensboro. The proposed CDR3 district, as conditioned, permits uses that are similar to existing uses in the surrounding area. And with that, I can answer any questions that you have.
Any questions, Commissioner?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
I do have a question. So, as you mentioned, a big portion of the parcel is in the lake, but it also looks, at least in my book, it looks like there's another body of water on the right-hand side of it. Yeah. Is that sort of oval, somewhat square thing, is that a body of water?
It is a body of water. You may want to talk to the applicant about that. In our meetings with him, it's actually a stormwater detention pond for the subdivision to the north.
Oh, I see. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Chair Magid, Mr. Feaster is online and available to speak.
Yes, there's a detention pond used by.
Wait. Okay.
Mr. Feaster, can you identify yourself first before you start into your conversation?
I can. David Feaster, address 1912 Brightwood Landing Lane, Greensboro, North Carolina 27405.
Thank you. Now,
Okay.
okay, so if you're the applicant and you have up to 10 minutes to speak in favor of this request.
Oh, I'll be brief.
Okay.
The land of that pond back there on the back is a detention pond for the use of Liberty Valley across the streets, and they are to maintain that pond. And I am requesting just to be annexed for the use of the utilities of water and sewer from the city of Greensboro. And that's it.
Okay.
I'm planning on building a single family home there on the lot in the very near future.
Could you repeat that 1 minute? There was a noise in the background. I'm sorry, I couldn't understand.
My wife and I are planning to build one single family home there on the lot in the very near future.
Thank you. And one single family home, and you're asking for annexing for water and sewage?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Is there anything else you would like to say? Is there anyone else online that wanted to speak?
No, that's it.
All right. Thank you. We have one person in opposition.
Cheryl McIver, 404 West Mount Castle Drive, Greensboro, North Carolina. My only objection is just that I just don't feel like this is best and highest use. I think for the 4.3 acres of CDRM 18 would be the best use, as we need more housing in Greensboro. That would help get to that 10,000, road to 10,000, as the city manager's office has so induced us to do. That is my only opposition. Thank you.
And thank you. Now, Mr. I'm afraid I'm going to ruin your name. Is it Fester?
Feaster.
Feaster. Mr. Feaster, you now have 5 minutes of rebuttal. Is he?
All right. Yes, I'm still here. On that property, as the gentleman said, that the majority of the land is, the majority of the 4.3 acres is water. 1 acre of water is the detention pond. The other acre is in the lake. So I have only really about 2 acres of land, which I can only really build the kind of house I want to build on that land, because there's only like about 2 acres to build on.
Thank you very much. And rebuttal in opposition? Would you like to speak again? She left. Okay. So without further objection, we will close the public hearing. I will entertain a motion, please. First we need an annexation and then a zoning.
Commissioner Keith Peterson, I recommend.
Wait a minute. I thought someone down there wanted to do it. Oh, I thought you, okay. Go for it, Mr. Peterson.
Commissioner Keith Peterson, I recommend annexation of PLP 25-09, 1130 Edgemont Road.
Second, Warshay Downing.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson and Mr. Downing. Okay, now we're going to take a vote. All in favor signify by raising your arm and saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? That passes 9-0, and now we need a zoning motion, please.
Erica Glass. The Greensboro Planning and Zoning Commission believes that its action to recommend approval of the original zoning request for the property at 1138 Edgemont Road from County RS-40 residential single family to City CV-R-3 conditional district residential single family 3 to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 comprehensive plan and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future built format and future land use map. To the proposed city CDR3 zoning district as conditioned permits uses that fit the context of the surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. 3, the request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Commissioner Gilman seconds.
Thank you, Ms. Glass and Mr. Gilmore. And now we will take a vote. All those in favor signify by raising your arm and saying aye. 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 Anyone opposed? That passes 9-0. This constitutes a favorable recommendation and is subject to a public hearing at the Tuesday, March 18th, 2025 City Council meeting. Okay, that ends the agenda, and now we only have the street closure. Thank you. And Mr. Carter.
Yes. The street closure request that we have before us is identified as PLP 25-10. The request is to close a portion of Sargent Street from its intersection with East Washington Street to its terminus, which is approximately 284 feet. About a month or two ago, the Planning and Zoning Commission heard a case to rezone this property to central business. I'll be very brief on this. There's a street that runs through the middle of the property. It is identified as Sargent Street. The applicant, who is here to speak on the street closure request, would like to redevelop the property. In order to do so, they would like to close the street. The applicant doesn't own all of the right-of-way along the street. Some of that is owned by Norfolk Southern. And along the end of the property, there's another property owner there too. They were not signatories on the street closure application. So I would like to note that they were duly advertised in conjunction with our city charter and in conjunction with state statutes. They have, with this, the only people that have contacted us requesting any access is Norfolk Southern. So on the southwestern part of the street closure, they own a portion of that right-of-way, or that, not the right-of-way, but the road frontage. So you will see a couple conditions here. The Technical Review Committee reviewed this and recommended approval of it, and they recommended approval with the first condition. The street closure is not final until a plat is recorded showing the area within the right-of-way being combined with adjacent properties. So for street closure requests, it's split down the middle and then it's added on to the adjoining properties. So that's a portion to the applicant's request, or to the applicant's property, and a portion to Norfolk Southern. Since Norfolk Southern, since the Technical Review Committee made their recommendation, Norfolk Southern has contacted us about access. So the applicant and Norfolk Southern have agreed with this second condition. The recorded plat must show an access easement to the property addressed 215 Martin Luther King Jr. Drive. And that will be, that access, what it looks like, where it comes from, that will be determined at site design, and will need to be reflected on the final plat. I can answer any questions that you have. Yes, ma'am.
Do we?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So would it be best, and I'm just asking, that the plat issues be handled first before the street closure occurs? Because if the conditions are not met, then our vote would be voidable, not necessarily void.
The plat is actually necessitated by the street closure approval. So without the street closure, there's no plat. There's nothing to plat with that. They have access. Norfolk Southern has access, and the area within the right of way would not be split between the landowners. So the street would have to be closed in order for there to be a need for the plat.
Well, I guess I asked because of the way the conditions are worded. It's almost like condition A has to be met in order to do B. And I know in the legal world, sometimes people don't follow through with part of that condition, and then that's when you run into an issue. So that would be my concern, but, I'm not going to vote based on that.
Yes, the street closure would not be final until the plat is recorded, splitting the land and dedicating the easement, the cross-access easement.
And to echo what Luke is saying, ultimately, again, the plat would need to reflect that reality of those conditions, right? But certainly hear you on that, Commissioner Glass.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. All right, so.
I have another question.
Okay, Mr. Nichols.
So Sargent Street now is a street on the records, but not a functioning, it has no real purpose.
Yes, it is not. It is the driveway of Mr. Marsh's property. It functions as a driveway currently, yes. But it is I don't want to call it a paper street because there is an access there, but it does not, it looks to not be constructed to city standards.
And we voted on this CB just recently.
That's correct.
Okay, so now we need a motion to add these conditions. Correct?
At this point, since both conditions have been presented to the commission, I think it's okay to go ahead and just approve the street closing with the two conditions noted.
Wonderful. Okay, so we'll take a vote. When we need well, he just said that it would be okay. Do we need a motion?
I would just say motion to close the street with
motion
the two
to
conditions.
close the street.
Yeah.
And I need a second.
Seconded.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols. Subject to the two conditions, and we will take a vote. All those in favor signify by raising your arm and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? That passes 9-0. Thank you so much. And this constitutes a favorable recommendation and is subject to a public hearing at the Tuesday, March 18th, 2025 City Council meeting. Can we adjourn now?
We have nothing else to add, so I would suggest we
Good.
adjourn, yes.
Okay, do we know what we're going to have next month? Do we have any indication?
Not till tomorrow.
Okay, I think we've gone, we appreciate you very much, and it's late, and we'll get this from you in an email or at a later point in time. Thank you so much.